Edition of Wire to Wire. Hello, everyone. Track announcer John G. Dooley alongside Rachel McLaughlin. We've got 10 races on tap here today. A couple of premier races, the checkered flag and also the Nobody Listens, and an all main track card. We've just had word we are off the turf course here today. Races 3, 5, and 6 will be run on the main track. Well, between what was it, 1:45 and to the present, some heavy rainfall. Now it's tapering off a bit. We'll get that official forecast from Chris at WRTV6 in just a sec, but all main track cars.
Yeah, I saw there was a little chance of rain. I didn't think it was going to kind of downpour like it did out of there randomly. So definitely unexpected rain. And yeah, we just got right before the anthem, the text that we're going to be off the turf. So we'll have to, and it was sunny and warm when I handicapped. So someone just asked me, they're like, hey, Rachel, what do you think? Do you got any mutters? I'm like, you guys, I did not even look at the off form, so I promise, after the show.
Yeah, Racing Rachel rethinking her selections. Jimmy McNerney will be joining us here today, also calling an audible as we were on the turf coming into Horseshoe Indianapolis here today. In fact, we were fast and firm, looking forward to our 9-race program. Of course, we still are. We've got a couple of premier races and those sprints, both handicaps, 100 granders. So looking forward to the racing program, but just now learning that it will be an all main track card. Seemed like the showers hit right on Shelbyville. So for the official race day forecast, let's check in with Chris at WRTV6. Chris, what happened?
From Indy's streaming news leader, this is a WRTV update.
It's another hot and humid day with readings back in the mid-90s. A few clouds will build around midday. From now moving forward, we'll have to watch for an isolated to scattered thunder shower. Few and far between, there's potential to end up over the track here, something we'll keep a close eye on. Temperature readings in the 80s through the evening. If you're back tomorrow, it's another round of heat and another round of scattered storms. Widely scattered, a lot of dry time in between, but the heat and humidity here to stay. A heat index near 100 degrees. Find ways to stay cool. John, back to you.
Chris will definitely do that, especially for those guests that are joining us here in the clubhouse, staying nice and cool, stay hydrated, given those temperatures. And Chris mentioned the scattered thunderstorms, kind of few and far between, except right on top of Shelbyville.
Yeah.
1 o'clock.
We literally, Tim DeWitt lives in town, our security, and he showed me his Ring camera at his house in town. Probably 10 minutes away. It's bone dry. I said, don't show that to Eric. And then Eric texted us and said, this thing's over us it really did. It just sat over us forever. So yeah, bad luck, but that's okay. We'll move on. So a good card. The sun will probably come out, and I'm sure Tony will text me his prediction on when it will be fast later, and I'll let you guys know.
Yeah, we can run the turf races, but it'll have to be at Tim's place. So
yeah, we'll have to run it at Tim's house.
But for us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, an all main track card, and as I mentioned, a couple of nice handicap races to look forward to with the checkered flag and the Nobody Listens. They're carded later on this afternoon. Marcelino Pedroza Jr., a couple of winners here. He's a 3-time champion here at the track, and a couple of winners recorded yesterday on the Tuesday racing program by Marcelino. As we go back in time and take a look at some of the race highlights from our card here yesterday. And Spoke was moving up in between horses. On the outside, it was Into the Sunrise, who made a bid for Gavin Ashton. And Faithful Ruler had set the pace. And Faithful Ruler dug in, so it took a big effort from Spoke. Was coming off a $7,500 claim by Jose Camejo for Kevin Stedman. Spoke scores.
Yeah, very nice ride by Marcelino. He also took the next race was the race 8, number 2, Rafaela for Michelle. What a nice win.
Yeah, how about Michelle?
Yeah, Michelle's crushing it this year. $23.80 this horse paid for Marcelino in race 8. So congratulations to her. You see there on the outside. I bet that's fun. Look at all those black caps you get to call.
Like the fact that Michelle Elliott, her colors for her stable and owners, comes out with those white dots on the black sleeves. So sometimes we've got the black house silks for the 6 horse, but we've got the white dots on the black sleeves, and there they are. Rafaela, Nathan Klein called the last 2 races here on yesterday's card. Nathan will be in the booth for the 2nd and 3rd. It's our University of Arizona marketing intern, Nathan the caller on X, and he did the business yesterday calling that turf feature. Rafaela, Michelle Elliott training, and under jockey Marcelino Pedroza Jr. Speaking of yesterday's card, I want to mention Nick Juarez by the way, a long time. He's written
Yeah.
a lot for the coach, Dwayne Lucas. Our thoughts to the coach and the entire Lucas family. So many in horse racing have been talking about coach retiring from training after so many years. And, of course, the all-time winningest trainer in Breeders' Cup history. So thoughts to the coach. But Nick Juarez, nice winner by Nixco yesterday.
Yeah, and talking about Trackman Tony, he came downstairs. He was like, "Man, that kid, why is nobody betting him?" And sure enough, he just came out.
He's a talented jockey.
Yeah, and what did Tammy said? He's 2 for 2, right? I mean, wow,
Nick,
what a scoring one in the past. This one in the past 2 days, the multiple graded 6-winning jockey for Maryland rode this year's Kentucky Derby aboard American Promise, who's nominated this year's Indiana Derby. This was race 6, number 1, Ziggity Zag for Brian Lynch.
Yeah, and saw it last night from the Thoroughbred Daily News mentioning this was by sire Nixco, and Nixco's first winner was represented here at Horseshoe Indianapolis by Ziggity Zag under jockey Nick Juarez. Nick keep the winning up, and of course he's ridden for again the likes of Hall of Famer Steve Asmussen and Dwayne Lucas, and certainly all of our thoughts with the coach. Today on a Wednesday here, for all of you racing Rachel's Warriors, Wednesdays are for winning. After all, this is for those of you joining us here, on track. So again, we have Dooley's Legends on Mondays, Jockey's Agent Contest. That's coming to the final week. So the Jockey's Agent Contest every Tuesday for both on-track and online players. Exactamundo is also available for all. But Racing Rachel's Warriors, your contest, Rachel, they have to be here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, at the Hippodrome.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy that this is, I think, almost the only one that you can't play online, but you definitely have to because the final's for $2,000 and it's for every winner from each week. So it behooves you to be the top handicapper on Wednesday. 100 for first, 75 for second, and 25 for third.
I saw my phone going off. I thought it might have been about the track editions, but as usual, another telemarketer trying to loan me money, not interested. But this Saturday, an all quarter horse day coming up here at the track. No live racing on Friday, but on Saturday, we'll kick off at 10:45 a.m. Quarter horse racing expert Martha Clausen will be here to join us. Also, Jimmy McNerney. Rachel will be out of town, so an all quarter horse card here on Saturday, kicking off bright and early. And again, we had Chris from WRTV6 with the official weather forecast. I mean, it's summer here in Central Indiana.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
And just dress, put your shorts on, put the ball cap on, and enjoy a terrific day of quarter horse racing. A lot of trials come up here on Saturday. I know you'll be keeping tabs of the top 10 qualifiers.
Of course I will. Martha is like just the best updater ever. Yeah, she'll be keeping me very much in the loop. But yeah, a bunch of trials. We're gonna do some fun promotions, some regular fun Saturday promotions. We're very excited. So join us on Saturday for our all quarter horse day.
Horseshoe Indianapolis Casino's open 24/7. We've got the sports betting too this year, Indianapolis 500. I had Alex Palau, and bringing that
he
fact
can
up,
pick the Indy 500.
I'm getting to the fact that today we've got the checkered flag today, and also the nobody listens. There are handicap features,
Yeah,
but
I like that. Good
coming
segue.
up, 4th of July racing. We're running here on the 4th of July to celebrate Independence Day. And we'll have the William Garrett and Clarksville handicaps, among a lot of activities for the entire family to enjoy. Come out here for the 4th of July.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. We are racing at noon on both Friday and Saturday. We also have the NHC contest. So if you'd like to join us, that's a live money contest. You can buy in when you get here. It'll be down in the family side so that all those teller machines are for the contest.
This that week is going to be bang.
Yeah, I know. I just was saying, I think this weekend to somebody, I was like, this will probably be about the only weekend I have to myself for the next, from last month and next month, so 2 months. Yeah.
And then after the 4th of July, all the activities on Independence Day, the 5th of July, Indiana Derby Day. Right after Independence Day, one of the big days, certainly the biggest day of the season, but I certainly enjoy Caesar's Day and coming up in November when we start talking at the latter, during the fall, Indiana Champions Day, another big one on the calendar. But this is the biggest Indiana Derby Day, Indiana Oaks. There's a Dragoon Guard winner last year of the 2024 Indiana Derby under jockey Florent Giroux for Brad Cox and the famous Juddmonte Silks. Dragoon Guard going on to compete in the Grade 1 Pennsylvania Derby after winning here. Then just back with his 4-year-old campaign, Dragoon Guard. So looking forward to seeing his name back in the entries. But talking about the big day, a lot of activities for the entire family, but hopefully you'll join us here. Clubhouse reservations from Beth at 317-421-8801. They're the number on your screen here on Wire to Wire, the pre-race show. And again, it's going to be stacked not only racing-wise, but activity-wise.
Yeah, I'm going to go down there and take the nom list and start calling and talking to everybody downstairs, figuring out, narrowing it down. Give Valerie or Chris a call too and see if we can't nail down that nom list. And tomorrow I think we're going to go back and Darbs and I are going to talk to Hector about some of the Asmussen trainees.
Some great interns this year, Riker, Darby Cullifer, and also Nathan Klein, again, a student at the University of Arizona and an aspiring race caller. And you put them through their paces yesterday, I heard, handicapping 101.
I did. It really just ended up, my daughter Ray was here, and she's 10, and she kind of knows the basics. And it was kind of just me and Nathan dorking out over stats and meanings and what things were. And but I got Riker and Ray with the basics of the program and what everything means and some of the things to say. So it was a good time.
Over the weekend, Nathan Klein visited a lot of the tracks there in the Buckeye State. Good thing.
I didn't know he called 20.
Yeah, that was a lot of qualifiers.
20-some qualifiers.
Good thing he's with us and not in Philadelphia, in the Philadelphia area today, because Parks Racing has canceled for all of us simulcast players. So now you can stay focused right in on Horseshoe Indianapolis here today, of course. We'll scratch the all-turf pick 3 as we have an all-main track card, but don't forget, we've got those 2 pick 5s on the card, very popular. Low 11.99% takeout. Daily, the 50-cent early pick 5 starts on the opener. 50-cent late pick 5, that'll cover the final thoroughbred races, including those 2 premier races here on a Wednesday card at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We want to remind everybody, of course, just like me, hopefully you've got that Horseshoe Indianapolis 2025 calendar, that fridge magnet, but we're going to add a card. We'll take off Monday of that first week of August and then add the card for Silks and Roses on Friday, August the 8th. This is going to be a terrific night of racing here at the shoe.
Yeah, we're going to have a lot of fun with this one. It's going to be a ladies special event. Hopefully we can build this up over time, but we're going to have a pink out theme, 6 o'clock. I Win, Indiana Women Need will raise funds. And also we're going to hopefully get some of our female analysts in the industry to handicap in one of our pick 5 sequences to raise money for I Win. So definitely a good time, and I can't wait. I love night racing too. I'm glad we're adding that.
We love our premier races here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and we have a couple of them for all of you to handicap here today. So we're racing, Rachel. Let's dive in really quick to the 7th race. 5:16 p.m. the post time. We kick off at 2:10. The checkered flag handicap, again, a couple of $100,000 for the state-bred sprinters. The checkered flag will lead in to the Nobody Listens.
Yeah, and you know what? While we were chatting here and watching replays, I did go through and kind of circle at least some of the horses. And in the 7th race, we do have horses that have off turf. I might move the kid Pataki up if I were you guys, because she is 3 for 3. This is 6 furlongs on the main track. It's $100,000 guaranteed. And when I'm going through, we've got a little bit on the 2, 3 for 3 on and off track for the 4. Most of them are on a good track, so a little bit of moisture. Honestly, if that was the only blurb and the sun comes back out, we might have an improving track by then. Don't quote me, I'm not the professional, but that could be the case with the heat. I mean, it's still oppressively hot outside. Gin Class has a couple of nice off track, including a recent sloppy effort with Mitchell or Santos Sanger aboard. One last out with Mitchell and also has the second best speed at the distance. I went with 9, Work It Windy on top, however, doesn't have really any off form, but I'm a firm believer that you never change your bet. That's how you get jinxed. Put up an 82 last time in the Shelby County and only missed by a link to Imagine the Moon. Now Imagine the Moon is in here and has put up in previous races the best speed at the distance figure of 91 on the Brisnet pages. Santos up, he's been hot as well. So those are my thoughts. I might mention a couple horses depending on how the track is later. And then the 8th is the Nobody Listens, $100,000 guaranteed. This is for the boys. And I did look here, Win Me Over the 5 has some off-turf experience, as well as Mr. Chaos, and he has one of the top speed figures at the distance. And in this one, a lot of off-turf form as well. I mean, these are all pretty, older horses, experienced horses, so they are talented and have raced there. But I want the 9 here, and he does have a sloppy win to his credit at the very end of the meet. Latigo is trained by our top trainer, Randy Klopp, and our one of our top jocks, Joe Ramos, and has the best speed at the distance of 100 Brisnet speed figure, which is one of the top ones. So I'm looking for speed on maybe a track that might be drying out or have a little bit of moisture in it after that big downpour. We'll just see how it plays out, but I've got 9 8-3 in the 8th race. So a couple of nice handicaps on the card today.
Yeah, that's for sure. The checkered flag and the nobody listens. And after those, by the way, you want to stay to the end of the card. We've got a couple of nice quarter horse allowance dashes too to wrap up the 10 race program here, all main track card at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Every racing day here on the pre-race show. At this time, as we get to the tail end here of the program, we do like to thank all of our sponsors in 2025. And we start out by recognizing Woodford Reserve, Tequila Herradora, the Winner's Circle sponsor, back with us here this year, talking about, of course, Murphy Trailer Sales, terrific customer service and loyalty since the Madonna era in 1984. 765-361-8803 to reach out to Murphy Trailer Sales, our tote board and starting gate sponsor, back with us again for racing here this season. B&H Electric, they've got locations in Shelbyville, where apparently it's sunny there at Tim's house. Also Seymour and Bloomington. You can reach out to them on the web at www.bh-electric.com. We want to salute Indiana's Giant Hubler locations here in Shelbyville and Franklin as well. Indiana's Giant Hubler, they're on the web at drivehubler.com. And if you are going there, be sure to tell them that Racing Rachel here at Horseshoe Indianapolis sent you for a great deal. Social media wise, we've got you covered on X. I tweeted out earlier, of course, was up in the broadcast booth talking with Racing Rachel about the weather that came in around 1 o'clock, knocking us off the turf course here today, and kept you up to date, up to speed always with everything Horseshoe Indianapolis, winners and weather. I'm at John G. Dooley on X, Racing Rachel there at Racing Rachel M, Brian Aragoni on X at Mr. B Analyst, and Brian will be back as part of the team here soon, and Martha Clausen. Martha, today really looking forward to those quarter horse allowance dashes. So looking forward to hearing what Martha has to say closer to the 6 o'clock hour, and also her tip sheet along with Rachel and Brian. They're available at the First Floor OTB for free. Martha's on X at Martha Clausen. Trackwise, we got you covered on X, on IG, and subscribe to our YouTube channel at Horseshoe Indianapolis Racing. Parting words.
Parting words. Good luck today on the 10 race card.
Quick commercial break here on the program.
Jimmy Mack will be back.
Yep.
It's J Mac and R Mac attack.
Wow, there you go.
That's what we call ourselves. Bye.
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
Look around. Spring is here. And no matter what you're planning or planting, it's nice to know Hubler Ford's got you covered for 200,000 miles. During Hubler's Spring Forward event, save big on a new Ford. You pay what we pay. Ford employee pricing for everyone. So spring forward, knowing Hubler's got you covered for 200,000 miles.
DriveHubler.com. Good afternoons, race fans. Jimmy Mack coming to you from the track here in the Clubhouse Studios as we have 23 minutes to race number 1, the first of 10 here on a beautiful Wednesday afternoon from Shelbyville as the rain has let up now. We did get that deluge. You heard John and Rachel talk about just about 30 minutes ago, so we are off the turf. All main track card today here on a wonderful Wednesday from the shoe. Again, the main track listed as sloppy, so those that all turf pick 3 on races 3, 5, and 6 will not go. But race number 1 will go in 23 minutes, and it starts a 50-cent pick 5, and we'll take a little closer look into a ticket I put together. Now, this ticket was before the 2 of the races came off the turf, but I believe in the 16 starter, my top pick it was actually probably rooting for the races to come off, so won't change much there. But in the opener, we'll probably spread out a little bit here. It's a maiden Indiana bred 3-year-old special weight to go 6 furlongs. I like the horse a little bit in here, but so do the people. Number 1, You Got Gold, 12-1 morning line, comes from the barn of Brian Waltz. Brian Waltz has been hot as of late, but Brian Waltz hits a pretty good clip over the last year with first-time starters, somewhere around 25%, 30% in the win column with those firsters. He's 50% in the money. 8 of 16, I believe, was the stat with Brian bringing those horses in from High Point Training Center. That's a training center in LaGrange, Kentucky, and he does a wonderful job. And Rodney Prescott, his longtime go-to rider, will have the call. Now, that mare is a decent mare, Sweet Starlet. She's had 4 of the races, all of them winners, and I see no reason why You Got Gold from that rail draw cannot go from flag fall to that's all. I'm sure the horse will show speed from that inside. Brian always has his horses jumping well, schools them really, really good out there at High Point, and it's a must-use. Number 3, Mitch, is one that's been tearing up the track in the morning. A series of decent works, really decent works, a couple of bullets along the way for Cipriano Contreras. I'll use him. Number 3, Mitch. Taking some support, too. I like to see first-time starters, taking early money here with 21 minutes to post. That horse is 2-1 second choice. I'll use that one as well. Number 4, Ryan's Wish, the 9-5 morning line favorite, currently drifting up a little bit right now. Horse has a 3rd and a 2nd place finish here locally. It's an obvious use. Then number 6, Good Stuff. Bob Gorham, always dangerous, a longtime conditioner, both in Michigan, Ohio, and as well here in Indiana, a longtime supporter of the Hoosier State. And he's well entered today, has several horses in, also has a horse in the stake later on that we're looking at, the handicap rather, we're looking forward to. So we'll use that first-time starter. We can't leave him out. And he's the longest shot, second longest shot on the board. Number 8, Save My Town. I don't think that horse wanted any part, the 8 horse to the outside, wanted any part of the route distances. Gennaro has his horse back in going a sprint distance, and he was a pair of second place finishes in his first 2 starts of his career at the short distance. He's drawn well to the outside, which is key for this one here, and 8-1's a big price on Gennaro Garcia. So we'll go 5 deep in the opening leg, 1, 3, 4, 6, and 8. Race number 2, which starts at early pick 4, is the second leg of the pick 5. This is a maiden filly, 12-5, going 5.5 on the dirt. I narrowed it down to 2 horses, the probably 2 most logical horses. Number 3, Moringa. This is making the first start for Juan de la Cruz. And Rogelio Labra. Labra's on a winning streak right now, 2-race win streak. This week, in fact, he won Monday with more success and then followed up yesterday with a horse that took a little bit of money but wired the field, Viral Plain Lady. And Viral Plain Lady upset that pick 5, made it pay pretty decent as well, and that's one you'll have to use in here from the Labra barn. Is number 3, Moringa, racing for the first time for the barn, but taking a big drop in class, and is well entered here in a race that I don't think is absolutely loaded. Another one we'll use in there is number 6, Air Force Thunder. Speaking of Gennaro Garcia early, he does have several entered today that I think are well met. And this one drops to the lowest level of career. The last 3 races are nothing to write home about. In fact, they had been beaten off double digits every start, but prior to that, the horse, any of those numbers will make the horse run out the screen and beat this field. Does have a good progression of works. Most recently, the 2 works I do like. Back on June 12th at a 5-furlong drill, 1 minute and 3/5 seconds was the second best of 10 that day. And prior to that, a really solid half-mile drill in company where he was 8th of 70th that day. So the horse is training forward. Gennaro knows how to jam. He knows how to drop and win. And Air Force Under at 5-2, I think, is a good play there in race number 2. Onward to the 3rd leg of the sequence. I'm going to single in here. Ravelli. I put all my trust in eggs in his basket. Escovedo. Now this race has been taken off the turf. Again, off the turf. Race number 3, originally scheduled for the turf, will be contested on the main track. And I really doesn't change my opinion of this horse. I think the horse is going to break and going to go, and probably will, has lost a couple of horses in the race. I thought was the main competition. But Escovedo, if it's anywhere near the last couple of efforts, I think it's graduation day for that 3-year-old daughter of McLean's Music. On to race number 4. Race number 4, we'll just go too deep. We'll tighten it up there as well. A 5.5 furlong Indiana bred maiden 15 claimer. We'll go to the 1 Cantarito for Cipriano Contreras. This one's another one. He's got well under today, taking a class drop. Hasn't raced this year, but the most recent start last year to close out the season was 3rd, beating 6 lengths to Mock Knights. That's a horse from the Granite's Barn, and gets first Lasix today, making that first start of his 3-year-old season for the son of Taprit. We'll use him, and then the logical horse in the race, number 5, Lambay. This is another one that hasn't raced this season, but Aaron West very aggressive in the entry box, jamming this one in for the 15 for Richard Huddleston. They had a win early in the week together with Creek Valley, and Sammy Bermuda's up top there. We'll go 1 and 5. 5th and final leg of the early pick 5 is taken off of the turf. Again, a sloppy main track here for race number 5. And this is a race I spoke about earlier. I don't think it will change the 3 horses I used in this pick 5. Maybe the 5 might come out, but I don't think the 2 and 3 really were concerned with it coming off the turf. In fact, I think they're better horses on the dirt. I'm happy to see that it's going to stay on the turf as far as these 2 horses. Number 2, Hard Ride Guy. Don't know if we'll get 15 to 1 now with it off the turf, but Must Use going to get a perfect pace scenario set up top. 3rd start off the layup. It did win off well here the first start of the season, then came back the other day and was 2nd in behind my top pick in the race. That's number 3, Gewürztraminer. And that one comes to the barn as Cipriano Contreras. We've said his name a lot today. And this one just romped in that similar event. The horse does own a couple of wins here at the track, but of all horses in the race with dirt forms, I think Sippy was doing a little rain dance here on us for the 5th race to come off. And Escovel retains the call. The horse is 4 to 1. So we'll go 1, 3, 4, 6, 8 with 3, 6 with 4 with 1, 5 with 2, 3, 5. I'm guessing Kitadan probably will come out with being off the turf, but we'll get that changes here momentarily. For the official word from the changes, we're going to send it up to John G. Dooley. We're off the turf, John. Give us the changes. Thanks.
Good afternoon from Horseshoe Indianapolis. Hello now from the broadcast booth. Great to have you with us today. Track announcer John G. Dooley. 10 races on tap, including a couple of premier races. Today, the checkered flag and the Nobody Listens handicaps. They'll highlight the card. It's an all main track card. We're off the turf after the rainfall at the 1 o'clock hour. All main track card, main track sloppy. If you have your programs close by, let's take a look at the changes and corrections on today's racing program. Opening maiden sprint starts off the 50-cent early pick 5. Here at the top of the card, scratch number 7, R. Guy Max. Number 7, R. Guy Max has been scratched from the maiden sprint. In the second race, scratch number 7, Kisses for Weege. Scratch the 7. Number 2, No Hard Feelings, a jockey change to Jose Gutierrez. Jose Gutierrez will ride number 2, No Hard Feelings. Number 5, Estrella de Mar, add 1 pound to the program weight, and again scratch the 7. After the second race maiden, third race is Off the Turf. The third race will now be run over the main track at 5 furlongs. Here's scratch. The 5, Chemical Reaction. 6, Emissary. Take out the 7, McBaby. Scratch number 9, Bois Blanc. 11, Stormy Paradise. 12, Circling. And 13, Maze and Money. As noted, all main track card, there'll be no $1 Horseshoe Hat Trick All Turf Pick 3 featured. No Horseshoe Hat Trick, All Turf Pick 3. Third race maiden on the main track at 5 furlongs. Scratch again 5-6, 7-9, 11-12, and the number 13 all have been withdrawn. The fourth race was carded for the main track, and the maiden starts off the 50-cent late pick 5. Scratch number 6, Deputy City. Number 6, Deputy City, has been scratched. Race 5, one of the 3 taken off the turf course. The starter will now be run on the main track at 1 mile, 70 yards. This starts the $1 late pick 4 presented by Itoba. Scratch the 4, Silver Quarters. 5, Kitaden. Take out the 8, Candy None. Scratch 9, Nip and Tuck. 10, Uncle John. Scratch 11, Bride Gel. And 13, Mystic Power. Fifth race, main track at 1 mile, 70 yards. Scratch 4-5, 8-9, 10-11, and the number 13. Race 6 off the turf. The 6th race will now be run on the main track. There's the new distance, 1 mile and 1/16 on the main track. Here's scratch 3, Mr. Corn. Number 3, Mr. Corn, has been scratched, and 7, Ora Certa, will be ridden by Orlando Mojica. Orlando Mojica on number 7, Ora Certa. Couple of premier races here midweek. Race 7, the Checkered Flag, due at 5:16. Number 3, Three Coats, has been scratched. Scratch the 3, Three Coats from the Checkered Flag. Race 8, our co-feature, the Nobody Listens. Scratch number 2, Metallic Man, and take out the 7, Runaway Rojo. Scratch 2, Metallic Man, and 7, Runaway Rojo. 8th race, the Nobody Listens handicap, due at 5:47. Couple of nice quarter horse allowance dashes here carded. Race 9 over the 350. Sloppy track. Scratch the 1, Namor. The 12, Cowboy on the Fly. And take out number 13, All That Yard. Note number 11, A Public Secret, draws in and will break from post position number 1. Number 11, A Public Secret, draws in, breaks from post position number 1. Scratch 112 and the number 13. No rider changes. Number 3, Chillin', 4 pounds over the program weight. 10th race at 6:43. Race 10, allowance dash over the 440 yards. Sloppy track. In the 10th race, no scratches, no jockey changes. Number 8, Mercy, I'm Hot, 4 pounds over on this summer day. Cloudy skies for the most part. Thunderstorm chances in the afternoon hours. Temperatures in the upper 80s. All main track card. Again, we're off the turf. Main track sloppy in advance of the maiden sprint opener. Post time 2:10. Make it a great summer day with us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. The horses are stepping onto the track for the first race. Maiden sprint at the top of the 10 race card, all main track card. Here he fiddles 7. Number 7, R, Guy Max, has been scratched. Scratch number 7, R, Guy Max. Race 1 features exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Maiden sprint starts the 50-cent early pick 5. Main track sloppy off the turf. All main track card, main track sloppy, and nearing post time. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The maiden sprint starts off the 50-cent early pick 5, main track sloppy. We're off the turf. All main track cards sloppy near the 6 furlong start. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Rodney Prescott with the first-time starter, You Got Gold. With Sammy Bermudez, Ryan's Wish up and in. You Got Gold is joined to Ryan's Wish. Felix Ostadillo with Money Monday. Luis Contreras, here's Toy's Troubled Hero. Turquoise Silks with a white cap. Manny Esquivel, Mitch making his bow. Mitch drew 3. So here's Mitch going in. Santos Sanjor. Good Stuff, another newcomer. At 6 furlongs, so stand by. One more, Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. and 4-time started, Save My Town. Ryan's Wish, Even Money, the first favorite. All races today on the main track. Main track sloppy. To start the 10-race card. They're in the gate. Away and running out, Horseshoe Indianapolis. First-time starter, You Got Gold, was slow to go, drifts back to last. Ryan's Wish sharply away. With Sammy Bermudez. Ryan's Wish straight to the front from Good Stuff, who now pursues. Money Monday moving up between horses to just gain third. On the outside is Save My Town and toward the rail. Toy's Troubled Hero as they dash past the half-mile pole. Mitch in the red cap is in behind horses, some 5 to 6 lengths from the leader Ryan's Wish at the 3.5. And after breaking a beat slow, You Got Gold trails here in the Wednesday opener. The quarter in 22.42 through the goo inside 3 furlongs to go. It's Ryan's Wish. So the first favorite, Ryan's Wish, led around the far turn with Good Stuff staying close. On the outside, here's Mitch, and Mitch is gearing up. And then comes Save My Town, Toy's Troubled Hero, Money Monday, and You Got Gold is last as these maidens splash for home. It's Mitch with a sweep. Ryan's Wish toward the inside tries to respond. Good Stuff and Save My Town. Half mile in 45.03 seconds with Manny Esquivel, this newcomer. It's Mitch. And Mitch sailing past the 16th and widens on Ryan's Wish. Good Stuff third, then Save My Town and Toy's Troubled Hero. It's Mitch. And Mitch won by 6. Ryan's Wish was second, Good Stuff third, and Save My Town finished 4th. Sloppy track, 109.52 for the 6 furlongs on an off track for this newcomer. Mitch at 8 to 5, the second choice first. Number 4, Ryan's Wish at Diva Money. The opening favorite was the runner-up in the maiden. 6, Good Stuff at 25 to 1/3. And the 8, Save My Town, 4 to 1/4. Simon Mitoli making his bow. Cipriano Contreras, Robert Brandstetter's Homebred by Mitoli. Mitch in 109.52. In the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, number 3, good-looking debut, that from Mitch with Manny Esquivel. Mitch, a 3-year-old chestnut gelding by Mitoli, out of the Summerbird mare, Dreamin' of Summer. Bred here in Indiana by Robert Brandstetter. Cipriano Contreras trains for breeder and owner Robert Brandstetter. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of this newcomer. Mitch clocked 109.52 for the debut victory. First results in. 3-4 exacta paid $12.40. 50-cent trifecta, 3-4-6, $26.90. With Save My Town fourth in the maiden. 10-cent superfecta, 3-4-6-8, returned $11.57. In the maiden sprint, the 7 was a non-runner. Favorite, second. 7 ran, sloppy track, 109.52 for Mitch. 22 minutes away from race 2. Next maiden sprint. Scratch the 7 Kisses for Weege. 7 Kisses for Weege has been scratched. 2 No Hard Feelings, a jockey change to Jose Gutierrez. Jose Gutierrez rides the 2, No Hard Feelings. Race 2 with exacta trifecta superfecta, double pick 3, and starts at the $1 early pick 4 on an all main track card, sloppy. Post time 2:43 in all cases. Please do try to make your Horseshoe Indianapolis selections and wagers today early. Thank you. Coming up in a moment, our first race replay of the maiden sprint. Hope you had a bet on Mitch. They're in the gate. Away and running out Horseshoe Indianapolis. First time starter You Got Gold was slow to go. Drifts back to last. Ryan's Wish sharply away. With Semir Biminez. Ryan's Wish straight to the front from Good Stuff, who now pursues. Buddy Monday moving up between horses to just gain third. On the outside is Save My Town and toward the rail. Toy's Troubled Hero as they dash past the half-mile pole. Mitch in the red cap is in behind horses, some 5 to 6 lengths from the leader Ryan's Wish at the 3.5. And after breaking a beat slow, You Got Gold trails here in the Wednesday opener. The quarter in 22.42 through the goo inside 3 furlongs to go. It's Ryan's Wish. So the first favorite, Ryan's Wish, led around the far turn with Good Stuff staying close. On the outside, here's Mitch, and Mitch is gearing up. And then comes Save My Town, Toy's Troubled Hero, Money Monday, and You Got Gold is last as these maidens splash for home. It's Mitch with a sweep. Ryan's Wish toward the inside tries to respond. Good Stuff and Save My Town. Half mile in 45.03 seconds. With Manny Esquivel, this newcomer, it's Mitch. And Mitch sailing past the 16th and widens on Ryan's Wish. Good Stuff third, then Save My Town and Toy's Troubled Hero, it's Mitch. And Mitch won by 6. Ryan's Wish was second, Good Stuff third, and Save My Town finished fourth.
Attention, concerning the third race today. There was no jockey change on the number 3 Ume. Juan Hernandez will ride. Not Santos Anjor. Juan Hernandez does ride the 3 Ume in race number 3.
Mitch in the mud. Again, Mitch rallied from well off the pace on debut. Well prepared by Cipriano Contreras to get paid at first, asking one off well. The son of Matoli, who, of course, was a graded stake winner in the slop. I believe he won the Chick Lang and had 2 wins from 3 starts in the slop. So his son, Mitch, starts off the right way to take the opener. Decent price there for that Cipriano Contreras charge. As we move on to race number 2, where we kick off the early $1 pick 4 in races 2, 3, 4, and 5, we do have a scratch in here of the 7 Kisses for Weege. Number 7 Kisses for Weege has been withdrawn. Field of 6 left to go, 5.5 furlongs on a sloppy main. And right now 2-1 on number 3 Moringa. It's one I'll use, but I'm a little surprised right now. The 6 Air Force Thunder being left alone at 3-1, and that's where I'll start with my top pick. This one comes from the barn of Gennaro Garcia, multiple champion trainer there. You see Gennaro with the sponge kind of cooling off the 6 Air Force Thunder. Some last minute deals here as he's going to put the tongue tie. That little piece of strap is going to go around the horse's mouth, over the tongue, and kind of secure it to under his chin to keep his tongue from getting over the bit, so he has a little control. And Air Force Thunder gets the services of Marcelino Pedroza, 3.5 to 1 now as I speak. The last 3 races, really nothing to write home about. What I do like, the horse is from the Gennaro Garcia barn, has been working very well, takes a drop in class. The last start at Oakland was a tough race. The horse was last away and then just kind of galloped around there. The 2 times before, I'm willing to throw out. That was over the synthetic surface, going long. They tried him 1 time over it, tried it again on the drop. They realized he didn't like it. They're not going to do that no more. So now they come back for the sprint distance. The last start this horse was on a off track was at Churchill the day that Gennaro claimed this horse for the $30,000 level and was 3rd. So the 1 start over the wet surface was a promising one. As a 389 Tomlinson, I think the horse will like this off going. Currently, right now, 7-2, and the horse is kind of a versatile sort. I don't look for the horse to be far back like he was the last couple starts. He's well drawn to the outside. I think he can ride his own ticket from there, and I like this horse a lot here. I think it's a definite must use if you're playing that $1 pick four. The other must use is the 3 Moringa. I could see if you just want to use these top two, the 3 Moringa currently right now 2.5 to 1 co-favorite. This one comes from the barn of Rogelio Labra, who's riding a 2-race win streak this week here. He won with more success on Monday, yesterday, Viral Plain Lady, and Santos Sanjur has the call on this 4-year-old daughter of Summerfront, who's making the first start for the barn. You see her there with the red blinkers, that red shadow roll across the nose, and that's the typical equipment coming from this Labra barn. And this one's another taking a class drop in turning back, meaning going from a route distance to a sprint distance. And this one, another thing I like about this one, it's proven it likes the off-going. Today's sloppy, the last couple of starts on the wet surface. The horse has had 3 starts on the wet surface, all of them good ones. The worst one was in a $100,000 race, was 5th at Churchill. The other 2 were runner-up performances. You'll see in the card there on September 29th at Churchill, maiden special was 2nd. And the one you probably can't see on the form unless you have the expanded version was its debut run was at Churchill and was 2nd as well. So Moringa shows an affinity for the goo, and right now is 2 to 1 for you. For third, number 5, Estrella de Mar. Thomas Modena, the trainer, Tomas Medina, wins at a high percentage, and he really wins at a high percentage when horses are making the second start for the barn. He's not one that's always really has him geared up to go at first asking, and it was kind of a learning effort, I think, that day. Estrella de Mar on debut, you don't really like to see first-time starters breaking from the inside. Was up against it. It was in the slop, and she broke okay, but then she was rushed up in there. She was boxed in the whole way. And a young apprentice rider on the horse who gets a return call today. I look for her to move forward off that effort, and I expect her to be a price. Obviously, the odds are going to come down from 12 to 1 with the scratch of Kisses for Weege. But Estrella de Mar is one I would use, and I would look for a much more concerted effort today with that tightener under her belt, and I would use her on most of my tickets if your budget allows you. So 6-3-5 for me in race number 2 at the Shoe and the Goo. Now, race number 2, don't forget, does start that $1 pick 4 in races 2, 3, 4, and 5. Air Force Thunder, I think it's his race to win or lose, but I'm going to go 6-3-5 here. Good luck.
horses are on the track for our second race today at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Number 2, No Hard Feelings, ridden by Jose Ramos Gutierrez. And the number 5, Estrella de Mar, is 1 pound over. Scratch the 7, Kisses for Weege. Horses are beginning to load for the second race today at Horseshoe Indianapolis. First to go in is the number 1, Rosie Cotton. No Hard Feelings will go in next. Crackle goes in with Moringa. 2 more to load. Estrella de Mar, second last. And to complete the lineup will be Air Force Thunder. Start. And we're off and racing. Broken a perfect line. Rosie Cotton to the inside, already in front by just a neck. Crackle goes up to challenge with Air Force Thunder. It's another length back to Estrella de Mar with No Hard Feelings. And last of all, Moringa. The field strung out by 5 lengths early on. Rosie Cotton, the pace setter in the orange. In second place, Crackle. To the outside, Air Force Thunder. Then to the inside, Estrella de Mar. Only 2 lengths off these leaders and taking the shortest way home. The opening quarter was in 22 and 2/5 seconds as we're about to hit the quarter pole. Rosie Cotton remains in charge, but only by a neck. To the outside of them, it's Crackle, and then along with them, it's Air Force Thunder. Moringa's beginning to pick up horses too. Estrella de Mar is second last in the trailer. No Hard Feelings as we're into the top of the stretch. They're spread out across the track. Rosie Cotton in the middle of the action. Moringa goes up the inside and is now in front. The red blinkers of Moringa, but to the outside, Rosie Cotton fights back, and there's a little bit of contact. Rosie Cotton in front by just a neck, but Moringa fights back. These two nip and tuck coming down to the finish, but Moringa prevails on the inside by a neck. Rosie Cotton was second, Crackle was third, and then it was Air Force Thunder, Estrella de Mar, and No Hard Feelings. Final time was 104.85 seconds. Unofficial results. Your unofficial winner is number 3, Moringa. Second, number 1, Rosie Cotton. Third, number 4, Crackle. Fourth, number 6, Air Force Thunder. 3, 1, 4, 6, the unofficial top 4 results. In the winner's circle is your now official winner of race number 2, Moringa, a 4-year-old bay filly by Summerfront, out of Leda Sifonica by Siphon. owned by Juan de la Cruz, trained by Rogelio Labra, and ridden to victory by Santos Sanjur. Congratulations to all. This horse is now 1 for 13 lifetime. We will have the payouts momentarily. Moringa paid $5.80 to win, $3.20 to place, $2.10 to show. Rosie Cotton $4.20 to place, $2.40 to show. $2.40 to show on number 4 Crackle. The $2 exacta was $20.20. The 50-cent trifecta $11.90. The $2 double was $14, and the 10-cent superfecta was $4.55. Scratch the 7. Final time 1:04.85. Race 3 in 20 minutes. Start. And we're off and racing. Broken a perfect line. Rosie Cotton to the inside, already in front by just a neck. Crackle goes up to challenge with Air Force Thunder. It's another length back to Estrella de Mar with No Hard Feelings. And last of all, Moringa, the field strung out by 5 lengths early on. Rosie Cotton, the pace setter in the orange. In second place, Crackle. To the outside, Air Force Thunder. Then to the inside, Estrella de Mar, only 2 lengths off these leaders. And taking the shortest way home, the opening quarter was in 22 and 2/5 seconds as we're about to hit the quarter pole. Rosie Cotton remains in charge, but only by a neck. To the outside of them, it's Crackle, and then along with them, it's Air Force Thunder. Moringa's beginning to pick up horses too. Estrella de Mar is second last in the trailer. No Hard Feelings as we're into the top of the stretch. They're spread out across the track. Rosie Cotton in the middle of the action. Moringa goes up the inside and is now in front. The red blinkers of Moringa, but to the outside, Rosie Cotton fights back, and there's a little bit of contact. Rosie Cotton in front by just a neck, but Moringa fights back. These two nip and tuck coming down to the finish, but Moringa prevails on the inside by a neck. Rosie Cotton was second, Crackle was third, and then it was Air Force Thunder.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. And now you can race to victory with Twin Spires tournaments.
Owner Juan Dela Cruz gets his second victory of the week, and Rogelio Labra, the winning trainer, 3 straight wins with horses he saddled here this week. He's had a winner on each of the programs on Monday with More Success yesterday with Viro Plain Lady. And Moringa takes the second race here to start off the $1 pick 4 and did it with ease, although, just got up in their narrow margins to the inside. The horse had to take out of a hole down the backside and kind of maybe get the progress stopped a little through the lane, but nonetheless gets the victory for the first start for the new connections. Congratulations to those 2 gentlemen. On to race number 3. Race number 3, you're reminded this race is off the turf, will be 5 furlongs on a sloppy main, and due to that track condition change, we have a slew of changes here. So scratch numbers 5, 6, 7, 9, 11, 12, 13. 5, 6, 7, 9, 11, 12, 13, all withdrawn from this race as it's been moved to the main, sloppy main, same distance. As we take a closer look, my top pick really didn't change with it coming off the turf. I'm still going to put all my eggs in Larry Ravelli's basket here with number 4, Escovedo. Escovedo gets J-Love in the house, Michigan native J-Love. Jareth Loveberry coming in town to ride this 3-year-old daughter of McLean's Music. She's out of a sensational mare, and she debuted, was 4th, beaten 10 lengths on debut at Hawthorne back in early October of last year, but the winner won off real well that day. The winner won by almost 8 lengths, and she had a little bit of a schooling type of race where she came back the next start. She got first Lasix and went right to the front in NOLA there with that turf debut on December 13th, and ran a 51 buyer and made all the pace, and then flattened out late. She got caught in the final 16th and kind of weakened, but that was at a 5.5 furlong distance today. We're going to back it down to 5 furlongs off the shelf. Riv will have her prepared to go. Most recent work, a gate drill minute. That was the second best of 11 that day, and I think she'll be forwardly placed, breaking from about the middle of the field here with all the scratches. So Escovedo is going to be my top pick for those reasons. I think it's go to the front and improve your position and smile pretty for Cody Photo today. Now, for a second, I'm going to throw a horse in. It's a first-time starter. Hello, Angel. Comes from the barn of Ed Vaughn. Rider change here. Orlando Mojica picks up the mount here for Ed Vaughn. Orlando Mojica picked up a mount here for Ed Vaughn last year, similar situation, and won in a race off the turf in the slop. So Ed names him on one here this year, and I think she's in with a chance. Lord Nelson out of a Get Stormy mare, so they probably were hoping it stayed on the turf. She got a pretty good turf pedigree there, but been training well over the dirt. That's a surface there at the training center on Paris Pike in Lexington, and horses don't work real fast over it. It's kind of a heavy and a cuppy track. A lot of horses get over it, and if you don't work right when they first open in the morning or right after the renovation break there, it can get really heavy and cut up and cuppy, and this one worked out of the gate, 48-1 at the training center on June 20th, and a whole series of drills there with some okay times. Ed generally doesn't always fire first out, but he will have him prepared when it's ready to go, and I think Hello's Angel's in with a chance. I don't see a great deal of back class or recency in the form and the rest of the field in here. So Hello Angel to me hasn't proved she can't run. She's going to have to do so here, but she's getting support at the windows. I know a lot of those scratches will take away a lot of the points, and her odds are going to come down, but she's 3.5 to 1 now, just clicks up to 4 to 1 as I speak, and she's a good looking specimen in the paddock there, doing everything great, and hasn't turned a hair, and she looks very well. I'm going to use her for those reasons. For third, number 1, Atlantic Passage. She's drawn the fence, and she gets Marcelina Pedroza fresh off that 2-win day yesterday. Rudy Brisset will give him a leg up, and this one 3.5 to 1 on debut. Pedigree to me kind of indicates they probably wanted turf, but she's another one that that does have some dirt lineage there as well. She's going to debut with Lasix. Been training over the synthetic in Florence. That's in northern Kentucky. Part of that over the synthetic at Keeneland, but does have some dirt drills at Keeneland. I think this filly's she looks a little speedy to me in the paddock. It looks like she might be able to break well from that inside should she jumped well. Got a great neck on her. Does this daughter of Caravaggio. Marcelina Pedroza just got the leg up as we see Gennaro giving a leg up to Evan Roman there. They're on the way to the paddock, the racetrack for race number 3, again off the turf, sloppy main. I'm going to go 4-10-1. I'm riding with Riv here in race number 3. Good luck.
Horses are on the track for our third race today at Horseshoe Indianapolis, originally scheduled for the turf. It is now off the turf, running 5 furlongs on the main track. For our changes, scratch the 5 Chemical Reaction, scratch the 6 Emissary, scratch the 7 MC Baby, scratch the 9 Bois Blanc, scratch the 11 Stormy Paradise, scratch the 12 Circling, and scratch the 13 Maze and Money. Horses are beginning to load into the gates for our third race today at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Originally scheduled for the turf, 5 furlongs on the main track. In the gate, Atlantic Passage, number 1. Lady of Light now goes in, number 2. Next in, Ume, number 3, halfway through the lineup. Even money favorite Escovedo goes in. No Self-Control. And to complete the lineup will be Hello Angel. Ready for the start. And we're off and racing. No Self-Control cannot resist the temptatious early lead and is in front by a head, but Lady of Light goes up to challenge early. They're already 3 lengths ahead of the favorite Escovedo. Hello Angel just to the outside in 4th, and to the inside of them, Atlantic Passage and Ume can see them all by about 7 lengths. Lady of Light has shooken off No Self-Control and is in front by 2 lengths now as we're already into the far turn. No Self-Control back to second. The favorite Escovedo is half a length behind No Self-Control. Atlantic Passage another length. Then it's 2 more to Hello Angel and Ume at the back. The opening quarter in just under 22 seconds as we hit the top of the stretch. Was that too fast for Lady of Light as we hit the top of the stretch? No Self-Control goes for it, and Atlantic Passage goes up the inside. That was their way through on the rail. No Self-Control is in contention. Then to the inside, Atlantic Passage with an advantage of 3/4 of a length. No Self-Control falls back to second. Escovedo back to 4th. It is Atlantic Passage up the inside to win by 3 lengths. In second place, No Self-Control. In third, Hello Angel, Escovedo, Ume, and Lady of Light. Final time was 58 flat. Unofficial order of finish. First, number 1, Atlantic Passage. Second, number 8, No Self-Control. Hello Angel, number 10, third, and number 4, Escovedo was 4th. 1, 8, 10, 4, the unofficial top 4 results for race 3. Results have now been made official for the third race. Entering the winner's circle is your winner, Atlantic Passage. This is a 3-year-old bay filly by Caravaggio out of Mia Farrow by American Farrow. Trained by Rodolphe Brissette, owned by John Murphy, and ridden to victory by Marcelino Pedroza Jr. Congratulations to all. Now for the payouts. Atlantic Passage paid $9 to win, $4.40 to place, $3.40 to show. No Self-Control, $4.80 to place, $3.80 to show. Hello Angel, $4.20 to show. The 50-cent pick 3 paid $20.80. The $2 exacta, $50.60. The 50-cent trifecta, $48.10. The $2 double, $31.80. And the superfecta, $29.23. Scratch the 5, 6, 7, 9, 11, 12, 13. Final time was 58.01. Post time for the fourth race today in 20 minutes. And we're off and racing. No Self-Control could not resist the temptatious early lead and is in front by a head, but Lady of Light goes up to challenge early. They're already 3 lengths ahead of the favorite Escovedo. Hello Angel just to the outside in fourth, and to the inside of them Atlantic Passage and Ume can see them all by about 7 lengths. Lady of Light has shooken off No Self-Control and is in front by 2 lengths now as we're already into the far turn. No Self-Control back to second. The favorite Escovedo is half a length behind No Self-Control. Atlantic Passage another length. Then it's 2 more to Hello Angel and Ume at the back. The opening quarter in just under 22 seconds as we hit the top of the stretch. Was that too fast for Lady of Light as we hit the top of the stretch? No Self-Control goes for it, and Atlantic Passage goes up the inside. That was their way through on the rail. No Self-Control is in contention. Then to the inside, Atlantic Passage with an advantage of 3/4 of a length. No Self-Control falls back to second. Escovedo back to fourth. It is Atlantic Passage up the inside to win by 3 lengths. In second place, No Self-Control. In third, Hello Angel.
We are 10 minutes to the fourth race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We have a maiden claiming for 15, and this is 3-year-olds and up. Indiana breds, 5.5 furlongs. We've got a 8-horse field here. We do have a scratch of Deputy City the 6. This is one of the only races that my picks to just not get kind of decimated from the scratches, but this is an interesting race, and I'm kind of going, I think, against the bettors like the 2, but 5-1 here, the Irish Ranter. Arcelio Flaco is aboard for Rogelio Labra. He just won today a race. He won a race yesterday, and I do believe it was either Monday. It might have been Monday he won a race as well. So might have noticed, unless you keep track of every race like I do, but he is consistently winning. Might not have been a double, might not have been a triple, but he has won a few races this week. So definitely watch his trainees. Now, I'm looking at this one from, there's really just not a lot of speed in here, but he has flashed some. Now, he was down to maiden claiming for 5, but this is the kind of horse that it looks like, okay, he's just kind of, they dropped him down, build his confidence, and I think he probably figured out what his job was last time out, because he hasn't done much at all until they dropped him down. Usually with horses, if you can get them to kind of get up there and figure out that you want them in the front of the pack, then they'll do it in another class as well. So I'm hoping that's the case. I'm hoping it just took him a while to get the trip he wanted and figure out what his job was. And he did so last time, and he was only beaten little less than 2 lengths as the bettor's favorite that day. I am going to put him on top, going to 9-2. He does have a little bit of early look about him that I think will help as well. And then I'm going to go to the 5, and that is Lambe. The 5 is 7-2 right now on the tote board. Sammy B aboard for Aaron West. And this is a barn change. He's now in the Aaron West barn. He's adding Lasix today, which is the case for a few here in this race. The debut was last year in 2024 and in October. Some works that are nice here. A sharp work on the 17th. A bullet, actually, in the mud, too, 47. Breezing. So I think a lot of upside to the 5. And he was in a tough race that debut. The second place finisher ended up coming back to win. And then I'm going to round it out with the rail at 7-2. Cantarito. Cantarito gets Manny Esquivel aboard for Sippy Contreras. Cipriano and Manny teamed up in the opener for a win, so they're looking here for a double together. This is a 3-year-old gelding who raced a few times last year and again kind of put it together at the very last week of the meet and got 3rd with Manny up at really high odds, 32-1. Coming back, taking his time, finding him a nice spot, and he ran in all straight maiden special weights last year. So now he's going to a maiden claiming. I think that's going to make a big difference for him. He's definitely a stalking kind of style, so look for him in the mid-pack, and maybe he'll have something to run at. But I'm going to go with the 7, the Irish Ranter, here on top for me in the 4th race. This does kick off the late fire pick 5, and I did put a ticket together today, as we do have races 7 and 8 as our stakes races. In here I went with my top 3, and then, you know, this is going to kind of, Aaron, I think that, yeah, we're going to have to single in the 3, aren't we, because my 5 and my 10 scratched, which is fine. With a shorter field, I don't mind at all singling the 3 in there. In the 6th race, my top pick, the 7, got scratched in race 6, so that should be just 2 and 10. And then we're going to transition to 7, which is the checkered flag. The 9 and the 8 are still in, and I like the 9 and the 8 in the Nobody Listens as well. I think the very speedy Latigo is not going to mind this off-going as well. So there's my ticket. Don't forget to play the late fire pick 5 with the low percent takeout of 11.99%. And yeah, I definitely sent in my picks as it started pouring, and it was a little bit too late for Rachel to change anything. So definitely a few changes in there. But I don't mind singling with a shorter field in the next leg. Let's just hope 1, 5, or 7 get in so we have a ticket live to that single. Good luck.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the 4th race. This race will be run on the main track at 5.5 furlongs, a field of 8 here in the maiden. Scratch 6, Deputy City. Number 6, Deputy City, has been scratched. Exacted trifecta superfecta. Double pick 3 started to the 50-cent late pick 5. Well, main track hard, main track sloppy. 3 minutes, 2 posta. Less than 1 minute to post time. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Cantarito. Manny Esquivel won the opener for Cipriano Contreras with Mitch. Sammy Bermudez with Lambe. Rodney Prescott, Tiz Irish joins. Arcelio Flacco with the Irish Ranter. The Irish Ranter went in well. Mitchell Morrill with Taylor's Moonshine. Lambe right now 6-5 favorite Don Lambe. Aaron Court, Tanny Como coming up. Black with the aqua sleeves and a black cap. Felix Ostadillo with Einstein's Ghost, Quentin OK at 5.5 furlongs. One more, Andres Aloha. Angel's Legacy debuts. Sloppy track here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. They're in the gate. And they're off. And the Irish Ranter rockets away. Taylor's Moonshine with good speed, and toward the inside is Tiz Irish, and Cantarito holds the rail. It's Taylor's Moonshine. So at Mitchell Morrill, Taylor's Moonshine just leads. Tiz Irish now pressing hard with Cantarito off the duel running in third. To the inside is Einstein's Ghost, who's through into fourth past the half-mile pole. Then comes Lambe. The Irish Ranter was sprinted back. Tanny Como and the first-time starter, Angel's Legacy, trails the maiden sprint as they round the far turn. The quarter was 22.43 seconds. Taylor's Moonshine has locked horns with Tiz Irish, who's right there with the rail for Rodney Prescott. Tiz Irish just leads Taylor's Moonshine, looking to match strides past the quarter pole. And Cantarito sweeping up on the outside. Nearest the rail is Einstein's Ghost. Lambe between horses. The Irish Ranter coming wide. Tanny Como and Angel's Legacy remains last. It's Tiz Irish. 1 furlong to go. Half mile 46.13. Tiz Irish leads down toward the last 16th by 2.5. Cantarito continues to battle on gamely. Tiz Irish is near home. Tiz Irish, Cantarito 1-2. Einstein's Ghost was third. Lambay back and forth. .105.11 after the maiden. Sloppy track, 105.11 seconds, 2:145. The judges have posted the full unofficial run order after race 4, first number 2. Tis Irish at 5-2 first. 1 Cantarito, 7-1 second. Game effort for Einstein's Ghost at 22-1 odds third, and 5 Lambe at even money, the favorite fourth. Hold all bets until official. Rodney Prescott on the Wednesday score sheet here for Rob Dobbs Jr., Colleen and Anson Henderson. Tis Irish gets off the mark in his 5th career run. The result of the 4th race official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales winner circle of 2, Tis Irish with Rodney Prescott. Here's Tis Irish, a 3-year-old bay gelding by Painter. Out of the Tisway mare, Tis Trish. Robert Dobbs Jr. trains for Colleen and Anson Henderson. This winner was bred here in the Hoosier State by Anson Henderson. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Tis Irish. I made it no more. The 2-1 exacta paid $43.60. 50-cent trifecta 2-1-4, $101.65. 50-cent pick 3 on races 2, 3, and 4. Returned $45.80. The Atlantic Passage, Tis Irish 1-2 double, $44. Lambay 4th in the maiden. 10-cent superfecta 2-1-4-5, returned $62.88. 105.11, 20 minutes away, race 5. One of those 3 taken off the turf course. All main track card rated sloppy if you're just joining. Race 5 to be run on the main track at 1 mile, 70 yards. Scratch 4, Silver Quarters. 5, Kitaden. Take out the 8, Candy None. 9, Nip and Tuck. Scratch the 10, Uncle John. 11, Rigel. 12, Hard Mission. And 13, Mystic Power. Scratch the 4, 5, 8 through the number 13, all have been scratched. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3, start of the $1 late pick 4, presented by Itoba. 414, Post time. And they're off. And the Irish Ranter rockets away. Teller's Moonshine with good speed, and toward the inside is Tiz Irish, and Cantorito holds the rail. It's Teller's Moonshine. So at Mitchell Murrell, Teller's Moonshine just leads. Tiz Irish now pressing hard with Cantorito off the duel running in third. To the inside is Einstein's Ghost, who's through into fourth past the half-mile pole. It comes Lambay. The Irish Ranter was sprinted back. Tenny Como and the first-time starter, Angel's Legacy, trails the maiden sprint as they round the far turn. The quarter was 22.43 seconds. Teller's Moonshine has locked horns with Tiz Irish, who's right there with the rail for Rodney Prescott. Tiz Irish just leads Teller's Moonshine, looking to match strides past the quarter pole. And Cantorito sweeping up on the outside. Nearest the rail is Einstein's Ghost, Lambay between horses. The Irish Ranter coming wide. Tenny Como and Angel's Legacy remains last. It's Tiz Irish, 1 furlong to go. Half mile 46.13. Tiz Irish leads down toward the last 16th by 2.5. Cantorito continues to battle on gamely. Tiz Irish is near home. Tiz Irish, Cantorito, 1-2. Einstein's Ghost was third. Lambay back in fourth.
At the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance, we believe in giving every thoroughbred a second chance.
And thanks to you, the owners, trainers, breeders, and every supporter,
you've created a ripple effect of change that's helping these magnificent animals move on to new careers and safe, fulfilling lives after racing.
Every single donation, whether big or small, is contributing to a brighter future.
But this race is just beginning. Because of you, we have gained incredible momentum and we're ready for more.
The state's only thoroughbred and quarter horse racing is going on now at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Feel the thunder Monday through Thursday at 2:10 p.m. Plus, enjoy racing on select Saturdays throughout the summer. Reserve a seat in the clubhouse by calling 317-421-0000 or find a spot under the new outdoor awning. It's all happening at Horseshoe Indianapolis, located off I-74 at exit 109 in Shelbyville. Always free parking and free general admission. More details at HS Indy Racing.
Tiz Irish on the turnback, gets it done here, breaking the maiden there for Rob Dobbs, and Rodney Prescott up top, holding off that Cipriano charge there. 2-1 exacta for race number 4. As we move on to the 5th race, where we'll start the $1 horseshoe, or excuse me, the $1 Itoba pick 4. The $1 pick 4 presented by Itoba on races 5, 6, 7, and 8. $1 base bet starts right here. We're off the turf, originally scheduled a mile on the turf. It will be 1 mile, 70 yards on the sloppy main. Now, a slew of scratches here in the 5th race. Numbers 4, 5, and then 8 all the way through 13 are scratched. 4, 5, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 are all scratched. So 5th race in just 10 minutes as we kick off that $1 pick 4. And we welcome in Zach Mata, Jared Solomon, and Joe Coben tuning in live from CTO betting the card today. We appreciate you guys watching and wagering on us here at the Shoot. So race number 5 coming up. My top pick in here, number 3, Gewürztraminer. 3-2 on the tote board right now. This one was a easy winner last start for Cipriano Contreras and Connections. Manny Escovel has a return call. This one does show an affinity for the dirt surface. I know the race was scheduled on the turf, but does like the dirt and doesn't really mind the wet surface. Hasn't had a win on the wet surface, but the horse does run well on the dirt. A good surface, 2 starts back, made all the pace before getting just out bobbed there by underdressed for Ray Hernandez barn. But this one just romped at 82 buyer in the last start's going to get a perfect pace scenario, I believe, in here. This chestnut with that big white blaze by collected out of a Sky Mesa mare. I don't think he should have any problem handling handling the slop here. Short price, but this $1 pick 4 has a low takeout, and you just have to be right when others are wrong. It still could pay. We've seen many times this meet where short price horses have won, and it's still a sizable return. A horse I thought would add some value in that type of wager, and a horse I think could win this race is number 2, Hard Ride Guy. 15-1 morning line. All the scratches obviously going to come down. Currently 5-1, longest shot on the board right now. And Tomas Medina, very good trainer, sent this one out on the seasonal bow here on May 3rd in a first level allowance race and just ran out the screen with Luis Contreras up that day. Won by 5.5 lengths. Orlando Mojica in the irons today. Followed that up in a similar race against my top pick where he was second, beaten 3 1/4 lengths. He does like the off surface, nearly a 400 Tomlinson rating. 3 starts on the off going with a win and a third. This one will need some pace to chase, and in Hard Ride Guy, the longest shot on the board, I'm going to use there as well. Number 7, breaking to the outside, is Dynamis. Dynamis gets the services of Alberto Burgos. We've been talking about he and trainer John Herron the last few days here. Nobody's been hotter at the meet as of late as they have, and this one was a 4th last start and beaten 6 1/4 lengths up in Chi-Town. Prior to that was a winner at Oaklawn in a conditional race, and 3 wins from 15 lifetime starts. Lightly raced, but nearly 50% in the money. I think this horse will love the off-going. If you use the racing form, the horse has a 472 Tomlinson rating. 2 times in the off-going, does have a 3rd place finish in. This one, I think, is in with a chance. Is 3.5-1 on the board right now. Well drawn to the outside with all of those scratches. So we'll be breaking from about the 6th post. In fact, the 6th horse out. But Dynamis breaking to the outside, I think, is in with a chance. 3, 2, 7 are really my top 3 in here. If you're playing a bet like the $1 pick 4, it starts right here as a low takeout. You want to get involved. Vertaminer probably be a single on a lot of tickets. I would spread if I had an opportunity, if my budget allows. And you'll see the ticket I threw together there. I'm playing a $72 ticket. I'm going to go put all my hopes on the back end with Latigo for Randy Klopp, who just romped in an open race last start. But starting off the ticket, I'll use those 3 horses we just talked about, the 2, 3, and 7. Race 6, I'm going to spread like butter, use most of my budget there. I'll use the 1 Dreaming Bro. I think we've had a couple of scratches since then, but I'll use also, I think the 2 and 3 are out. I'll use the 5, 1945, number 7, or a Certa as well. Now in race number 7, I'll use the 4, the Kid Pataki. She is 3 for 3 on the off going. Kid Pataki, of course, is probably going to be left alone a little bit at the windows, but she's never been beaten on the sloppy track. We've seen Klopp in the slop here. I'm going to use that one. Number 6, Lil Jin in Class is another one who is in good form right now, right in a 2-race win streak. She owns 4 wins over this surface. In fact, she's 8 for 9, 1, 2, 3, pair of win and a second out of the pair of sloppy efforts. I'll add her. Imagine the Moon just won the Shelby County Stakes, rallying from off the pace, beating many of the horses in here. And Akadi Flatter, that 7-time winner, earner of $265,000 for Randy Klopp, I'll use as well. That'll close us out in the 8th race. That's a Nobody Listens stake, the boy version of the stake race to go 6 furlongs. And Latigo will be my single in there. And Latigo just won off by 10 3/4 lengths, posted a 92 buyer in that start. That was the most recent start on May 19th. The horse does have a win, 3 back in the slop where he made all the pace, winning an open race there, but seems to be in really good form. He's out of conditions, and just pointing to races like this, he has to run open. In fact, that last race, that allowance race, there was a horse that was a heavy favorite coming out of the Breeders' Cup Sprint, and Latigo just blew his doors off. And I think he's well entered today, and he's going to be my single, and probably a lot of your singles as well. We got riders up orders here for race number 5. Here they come. The $1 Itoba pick 4 starts here in just a few minutes. Good luck.
The horses called posted now for the 5th race. The starter will be run on the main track at Bum Island, 70 yards, a field of 5. Scratch the 4, Silver Quarters, 5, Kitadan. Take out the 8, Candy Nun, 9, Nip and Tuck, 10, Uncle John. Scratch 11, Ride Gel, 12, Hard Mission, and the 13, Mystic Power. Main track sloppy, exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Double pick 3, start of the $1 late pick 4, presented by Itoba. Sloppy track, 3 minutes to post time. Less than 1 minute to post time. Start here, the $1 late pick 4 presented by Itoba. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Going down to the 1 mile, 70 yards main track start for the starter. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading for the starter. Fernando de la Cruz with Agent Creed. Orlando Mejica, hard ride guy, joins Agent Creed. Gewürztraminer, Manny Esquivel on the Wednesday score sheet. Just a couple in the back. Dan Samo, Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with a sprint win on the card. It's 4-5 on Gewürztraminer at 1 mile and 70 yards. Here's Dan Samo. It's 1 of 3 taken off the turf course here. Gewürztraminer 4-5 favorite. 2-1 Dan Samo. Agent Creed and Dynamis both at 5s. Starter here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, Rain Kuick and Crew still working with Dan Samo. More rain falling here at the shoe. Dan Samo's gone all in. Gewürztraminer 4-5 favorite with 1 back. Alberto Burgos and Dynamis, the son of Gunrunner. 1 mile and 70 yards. We've had a sloppy track here since opening kickoff. Comes the 5th, all in. They're off. Dan Samo was reluctant to load and was real slow to go. Fast start for Gewürztraminer. Gewürztraminer out to an easy lead for Manny Esquivel as they make their way into the first turn. Agent Creed with the rail, Dynamis in the green cap, hard ride guy and slow starting. Dan Samo giving them a head start as they round the first turn. It's Gewürztraminer. Couldn't have made a more easier lead here through the showers. It's Gewürztraminer in front at the 6.5. Agent Creed follows, and then toward the inside is Hard Ride Guy, who's vying for third for Dynamis on the outside. Hard Ride Guy's now tucked in, running in 4th, and Dan Samo looks to take closer order as they go up the back of the track. It's Gewürztraminer, Agent Creed, Dynamis, Hard Ride Guy, and Dan Samo. Gewürztraminer. Easy opening quarter, 24.89 seconds. Gewürztraminer leads Agent Creed, who's staying right there with the front runner for Fernando de la Cruz. On the outside, Dynamis just in third for Alberto Burgos. Orlando Mejica and Hard Ride Guy toward the inside, and one more with Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Dan Samo remains last of the quintet with 22 wins between them, and now 3 furlongs to go. The half mile for the odds-on leader, Gewürztraminer. 49.36 seconds coming toward the quarter pole. Gewürztraminer, Agent Creed, Dynamis, Dan Samo, and Hard Ride Guy as they come toward the top of the stretch. Gewürztraminer, 3/4, 1 minute 13.78 seconds here through the goo at the shoe. It's Gewürztraminer. Gewürztraminer with Manny Esquivel looking to finish them off. 1 more furlong to go and leads here by 3. Hard Ride Guy toward the rail. On the outside is Dynamis. Agent Creed chased the pace and has dropped back. So too Dan Samo with Manny Esquivel. Gewürztraminer. Wire to wire by 4. Dynamis edged out Hard Ride Guy for second. Agent Creed and Dan Samo was last of the 5. 141.34 over a sloppy track. 3.721, the unofficial after race 5. Number 3, Gewürztraminer. 4 to 5 first. Number 7, Dynamis. A 3 to 1 was second. 2 Hard Ride Guy at 9 to 1 third. 1 Agent Creed fourth. Dansamo was fifth. 5 ran. Manny Esquivel, a couple of wins on the card. Double for Cipriano Contreras here for Contreras Stable Incorporated and Neil Rapadowski. The son of Collected. Gewürztraminer at 4 to 5 home. And the Murphy Trailer Sales winner, circle the 3, Gewürztraminer, with Manny Esquivel riding double. Gewürztraminer is a 4-year-old chestnut gelding by Collected at a Sky Mirage by Sky Mesa. Racing for Neil Rapadowski and trainer Cipriano Contreras' Contreras Stable Incorporated. Training double for Cipriano Contreras, won the opener with Mitch. Horseshoe Indianapolis here congratulates the winning connections of Gewürztraminer. Was the 4 to 5 favorite. Race 5 official. Results and prices after the starter. 3-7 exacta paid $11.20. 50-cent trifecta, 3-7-2, $7.80. 2-3 double, $16.40. Agent Creed fourth. The 10-cent superfecta, 3-7-2-1, returned $4.12. Pick 3 on races 3, 4, and 5. 50-cent pick 3 returned $30.55. The $1 early pick 4 on 404, $148.90. 50-cent early pick 5 daily starts on the first of the day, 5 of 5. On this all main track card, $221.85. And the starter favorite was first, 5 ran sloppy track, 141.34. So more rain here in advance of race 6 is 21 minutes away. It was taken off the turf earlier here in the day. Race 6 on the main track over the mile and 8/16th. Sloppy. Scratch 3, Mr. Corn. Take out the 7, Hora Certa, and scratch the 8, Max Nix. Scratch 3, Mr. Corn, 7, Hora Certa, and the 8, Max Nix. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, 10-cent pentafecta, double pick 3, post time 4:46. They're off. Dansamo was reluctant to load and was real slow to go. Fast start for Gewürztraminer. Gewürztraminer out to an easy lead for Manny Esquivel as they make their way into the first turn. Agent Creed with the rail, Dynamis in the green cap, Hard Ride Guy and slow starting. Dansamo giving them a head start as they round the first turn. It's Gewürztraminer. Couldn't have made a more easier lead here through the showers. It's Gewürztraminer in front at the 6.5. Agent Creed follows, and then toward the inside is Hard Ride Guy, who's vying for third for Dynamis on the outside. Hard Ride Guy's now tucked in running in fourth, and Dan Samo looks to take closer order as they go up the back of the track. It's Gewürztraminer, Agent Queen, Dynamis, Hard Ride Guy, and Dan Samo. Gewürztraminer, easy opening quarter, 24.89 seconds. Gewürztraminer leads Agent Creed, who's staying right there with the front runner for Fernando de la Cruz. On the outside, Dynamis just in third for Alberto Burgos. Orlando Mejica and Hard Ride Guy toward the inside, and one more with Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Dan Samo remains last of the quintet with 22 wins between them, and now 3 furlongs to go. The half mile for the odds-on leader, Gewürztraminer, 49.36 seconds coming toward the quarter pole. Gewürztraminer, Agent Creed, Dynamis, Dan Samo, and Hard Ride Guy as they come toward the top of the stretch. Gewürztraminer, 3/4, 1 minute 13.78 seconds here through the goo at the shoe. It's Gewürztraminer. Gewürztraminer with Manny Esquivel looking to finish them off. One more furlong to go and leads here by 3. Hard Ride Guy toward the rail. On the outside is Dynamis. Agent Creed chased the pace and has dropped back. So too Dan Samo with Manny Esquivel. Gewürztraminer. Wire to wire by 4. Dynamis edged out Hard Ride Guy for second.
Well, Gewürztraminer made every yard goes coast to coast as the people's pick to give Cipriano Contreras and Manny Escovel another victory on the card. Race number 6 coming up in just about 8 minutes. Scratch numbers 2, 3, 7, and 8. Numbers 2, 3, 7, and 8 are all scratched. The race taken off of the turf on the sloppy main, a mile and 16th. Pretty wide open race after the defections of those 4 horses. I think 3 of them was in with a chance, and it got really confusing after that, and it really had to dive into this and try to make a case for every horse and really look into the off-track form and the pedigrees and the possible pace scenario absolutely changed with those horses coming out. But I end up landing on a horse I think is going to get a perfect pace set up, and that's number 5, 1945. 1945 currently 7-1. Jareth Loveberry has the call for trainer Mike Lauer, and this one was only raced one time on the off-going, on the dirt, that is, and that really didn't fare all that well, but that was last year. Prior to that start, the horse never raced with blinkers. After that dismal performance, came back, put the blinkers on, was second, third, fourth, a win, and a third, all since adding the blinkers. The last 3 starts since he's been 3 years old, he's been racing with Lasix and racing very well. Broke the maiden 2 back and broke it against a pretty good field, and then came back in that first level allowance race on June 11th and was third, beaten 14 lengths, although the winner, Little Jake, that day won by 12.5 lengths, so only got beat 1.5 lengths for second, and I think he's going to have some pace to chase here, and I think the speed's probably going to burn themselves up, and I'm hoping they stay around for a little bit, because the horse that I'm going to use second is the horse who I think is going to be in front, or at least out there with a share for a lead. That's number 11, Whiskey Tris from the Michelle Elliott barn. Alex Achard has the call. Now the horse is breaking towards the outside and showed speed last start when got the new rider in Dela Cruz after taking the apprentice off last start, and was allowed to go the front and just ever widening that day. That was a race also that came off the turf. Same distance today, mile and the 16th, but did have a little pace pressure early. They didn't go all that fast. They went 48 for the half, 13-4 for the 3 quarters, and the horse won well. Now, big difference in field here. There are several horses in here that I think was much stiffer competition than last start. I do think the horse will have some company up front. I would have to think that the inside horse, Dreaming Bro, is going to go, so I think there would be a little pace up front, but if for some reason they leave Whiskey Trist alone, Whiskey Trist will make them pay. 12-1 morning line down to 9-2. It's a definite must-use. I'm just concerned about the possible pace meltdown. Now, number 10, Looking for Glory. Rob Dobbs with a win on the program already. He hooked up with Rodney Prescott earlier. Manny Escovel has the call in this one. Manny just won the previous race, and he also won the opener with Mitch. And Looking for Glory in here is taking all the heat, 2.5-1 right now at those 5-2 odds. This one coming out of the same race as the horse I mentioned early, 1945. Actually, 1945 and Looking for Glory, the number 10 here, they finished in a bobber. A photo finish for third, and 1945 got the edge, but Looking for Glory was right there. That was the second start of the season. We've noticed Rob Dobbs horses, all that's making their second, third starts of the meet, when they're making these third starts with those 2 starts under the belt, they're running much, much better. The horse does show an off-track effort. That wet track effort back on May 20th in the seasonal bout, was third, beaten 8 lengths. That was a pretty good race that day. The horse seemed to maybe have needed the race even, and came back. Might have threw in a little clunker, even though he ran fourth with my top pick there. I look for that horse to move really forward, and it's definitely one I would use if I was at the top of my tries, or if I'm playing that final thoroughbred pick 3. The next 2 races are stake races. Really looking forward to those as well. I like a 5, 11, 10 here. Those are my 3 for me here in race number 6 at the shoe. Again, 10 races on the program. Coming up next, we'll start our stakes action. We got a filly and mare Indiana bred stake, followed up by a Colton Gelding division handicap. 2 handicaps coming up, and those are races 7 and 8, followed up by the quarter horse races 9 and 10. Race 6, about to get riders up here just a few minutes. Get those bets in.
Stepping onto the track now for the 6th race. This race will be run on the main track over the mile and a 16th, a field of 8. 2 McAdoo has been scratched. Take out 3 Mr. Corn. 7 Ora Certa and scratch the 8 Mox Nix. Scratch the 2, 3, 7 and 8. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta. 10-cent Grand High 5 Pentafecta wagering featured here in race 6. Double pick 3 and closer to a start. The horses are approaching the starting gate, going down to the mile and a 16 start. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post-time loading. Fernando de la Cruz with Dreaming Bro. Josh Morales, Shiesty the Chase coming up. Joins Dreaming Bro loading up. Evan Roman with Bout Tree Fitty. Jared Lubberry with 1945. Sloppy track now looking for glory. Manny Esquivel with a couple of wins on the card today. Alberto Burgos here, Zach. Alex Zachard with Whiskey Tryst. Zach's in one more. Santos Sanjo with 9 questions over the mile and a 16th. They're in the gate. And they're off. Toward the inside, Dreaming Bro. Here's Whiskey Tryst with an early run, and Shiesty to Chase is right there close up. Zach running in 4th. Looking for Glory 1945. Bout Tree Fitty and 9 questions has dropped back to last as they splash into the first turn. It's Dreaming Bro. Dreaming Bro a bit ranked, needs to settle. Shiesty to Chase between horses, and Whiskey Tryst now vying for the early lead at the 6.5. Dreaming Bro is now back in 3rd. Looking for Glory, and the black cap is racing 4th on the far outside. Then toward the rail is 1945 with Zach between horses. It's a break of 6 more to the trailers. 9 questions and Bout Tree Fitty. The opening quarter, 23.56 seconds. Making this backstretch run, it's Whiskey Tryst end toward the inside. Shiesty to Chase. Shiesty to Chase just leads. Whiskey Tryst, who's right there with the front runner as they battle past the half-mile pole. Dreaming Bro is running in 3rd, 1945 with the rail there for Jareth Lubberry. And then comes Zach with Looking for Glory. 9 questions toward the rail, and Bout Tree Fitty has tailed off. Half mile, 47.06 seconds. Around the far turn that way with Joshua Morales. Shiesty to Chase is a length leader. Dreaming Bro now picking up for Fernando de la Cruz after vying for the early lead. Whiskey Tryst is dropped back. 1945 toward the inside, and Looking for Glory is taking the overland route as they come toward the top of the stretch. 9 questions, Zach, and finally Bout Tree Fitty. 3/4, just under 112. Here's Looking for Glory, who's taken the lead with 1 furlong to go. Dreaming Bro kicks with toward the outside. It is Looking for Glory. Dreaming Bro is now back into 2nd. 1945 continues to charge hard. They're near the wire. Looking for Glory, and Manny Esquivel wins 3. Looking for Glory with 3/4 length to spare over 1945. Dreaming Bro was 3rd, the 9 questions, and Shiesty to Chase. (144.28 seconds). 10-5. 112 in the 4 runs 5th for the Pentafecta 10. Looking for Glory. 7-5 first. Number 5, 1945. 10-1 on the runner-up. 1 Dreaming Bro. 7-2 third. 12-9 questions at 16-1 fourth. Shiesty to Chase 5th for the Grand High 5. Make it 3 for Manny Esquivel on the card. A couple for Cipriano Contreras here for Rob Dobbs. And Berger Racing Stables, Looking for Glory, 7-5. Favorite obliges in the slop. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner Circle the 10, Looking for Glory, Manny Esquivel for 3. Looking for Glory is a 4-year-old big gelding by Looking at Lucky. At a Savannah's Glory by Bluegrass Cat. Rob Dobbs Jr. trains for breeder owner Maureen and Greg Burgers. Burger Racing Stables LLC. The winner was bred here in the Hoosier State by Burger Racing Stables. It's official. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Looking for Glory. Paid 7-5 favorite. 10-5 exacta, $32.80. The 50-cent trifecta, 10-5 won, $45. 3-10 double, $10.80. 10-cent superfecta, 10-5 won, $44.27. The 50-cent pick 3 on races 4, 5, and 6, $10.80. 10-cent pentafecta capped off by Shiesty the Chase, returned $80.80. 144.28. Premier races next. The checkered flag followed by the Nobody Listens. On today's racing program, Sloppy Track. And in race 7, 21 minutes away, the checkered flag, scratch 3 coats. Number 3 coats has been scratched. The checkered flag with exacta, trifecta, superfecta, 10-cent pentafecta, double pick 3, 5:18, post time. They're in the gate. And they're off. Toward the inside, Dreaming Bro. Here's Whiskey Tryst with an early run, and Shiesty the Chase is right there close up. Zach running in 4th. Looking for Glory, 1945. Bout Tree Fitting and 9 Questions has dropped back to last as they splash into the first turn. It's Dreaming Bro. Dreaming Bro a bit ranked, needs to settle. Shiesty the Chase between horses, and Whiskey Tryst now vying for the early lead at the 6.5. Dreaming Bro is now back in 3rd. Looking for Glory, and the black cap is racing 4th on the far outside. Then toward the rail is 1945 with Zach between horses. It's a break of 6 more to the trailers, 9 Questions, and Bout Tree Fitting. The opening quarter, 23.56 seconds. Making this backstretch run, it's Whiskey Tryst and toward the inside, Shiesty the Chase. Shiesty the Chase just leads. Whiskey Tryst, who's right there with the front runner as they battle past the half-mile pole. Dreaming Bro is running in 3rd, 1945 with the rail there for Jareth Ludberry. And then comes Zach with Looking for Glory, 9 Questions toward the rail, and Bout Tree Fitting has tailed off. Half mile, 47.06 seconds. Around the far turn that way with Joshua Morales. Shiesty the Chase is a length leader. Dreaming Bro now picking up for Fernando de la Cruz after vying for the early lead. Whiskey Tryst is dropped back. 1945 toward the inside, and Looking for Glory is taking the overland route as they come toward the top of the stretch. 9 Questions, Zach, and finally Bout Tree Fitty. 3/4, just under 112. Here's Looking for Glory, who's taken the lead with 1 furlong to go. Dreaming Bro kicks with toward the outside. It is Looking for Glory. Dreaming Bro is now back into 2nd. 1945 continues to charge hard. They're near the wire. Looking for Glory, and Manny Esquivel wins 3. Looking for Glory with 3/4 length to spare over 1945. Dreaming Bro was 3rd, the 9 Questions, and Shiesty the Chase. They're in the gate.
Hello, I'm Rachel McLaughlin, and this is my very
Special guest.
Special guest. He's very special. Jimmy Mack.
I hear that.
R Mac and J Mac Mac Attack together again. It is time for our first of 2 handicaps here today. Jimmy, we got the 29th running of the checkered flag, $100,000 guaranteed, 3-year-old and up. A really nice race. And man, the weather today, I don't think we could have got worse luck, as there was one dot, you guys, on the radar earlier, and it was here, and then we just got hit with another.
Yeah, I didn't even know any was in the forecast when I got here about 1 o'clock. All of a sudden, the skies just opened up, and unfortunately had to come off the turf. But track's been playing pretty fairly. We've seen horses win on the lead and off the lead as well. It is sloppy for the checkered flag here. And who do you like in here, Rachel?
You know what? I like the 9, and we're all over the place, which usually Jimmy Mack and I are pretty lined up. But I didn't change, though, from this morning, unless 2 of my top selections did get scratched earlier. So the 7, though, we're going to go with Jimmy's, I think, in his order, and then we'll throw mine in. But Imagine the Moon has a really nice speed figure, best at the distance of 91, likes the off-going, has many in the money finishes. So this one makes sense. And Santo, he's heating up.
Yeah, he's starting to heat up here at the meet, and surprisingly, Imagine the Moon left alone on the tote board, 11-1 now. As I say, that clicks down to 9-1, but beat several of these in the last race, and I think Imagine the Moon probably should get a similar pace scenario set up. Abel Cedillo's up that day, like you said. Sangier's up today, a 7-time winner. She's 14 for 21 in the money. This filly shows up every time. It's just, there's limited races for her to get in here, so Tony's kind of had to manage her lightly, but I think she's in with a big chance today, and I think 9-1 is a big price on her, Rachel.
And then they are betting my 9, my top selection being Work It Windy. Marcelino Pedroza, double yesterday, on the board today with a nice win. Rob Dobbs having a training double on the card as well, put up an 82 and was second to your top selection, the Shelby County.
Just got ran down, and I spoke a couple of times, Rob's horses sometimes take a couple starts over the track, and Work It Windy showed up last start. She just, Imagine the Moon had the, better of the trip. Work It Windy did fight on. She looks good in the paddock.
She really does.
She did fight on last start despite being pressed early, and she's, like I said, one of the 2 in here that I think are the best turned out. The best looking horse in the paddock we'll talk about here, I think, is the 6, Little Jen in Class.
Yeah, she looks good. The 8, though, we both have in our exacta. So Jimmy 7-8, me 9-8, Akati Flatter. I mean, what an impressive mare. And if you look through her past performances, she always tries so hard. 7 wins, 5 seconds, 4 thirds. She just knows how to get there. She's a game mare. Louis Contreras, classy guy, and coming out a win at that opening day handicap.
Yeah, she's also coming straight out of Clopton. I mean, the Clopton barn is just rolling right now. Akati Flatter, like you said, a 7-time winner. She's got a win over Synthetic, and just beat up on those horses in the handicap last start. She's another one looking good in the paddock. She's a big, strapping 5-year-old mare. She debuted here for Don Martin, privately purchased by Klopp, and all she's done has been an ATM machine since.
Yeah, and you know what? I was looking at the 6 as you were talking, and wow, what an impressive-looking filly. So some people, younger horses against older is a concern. I do not feel that way at all about younger against older. Sometimes it does, and sometimes it doesn't. I wouldn't say more often than not. But Lil Jen in Class here, looking good in the paddock for Tim Eggleston. And the very hot duo of Mitchell Merle and Tim Eggleston has the best speed at the distance. And all the off-track races, the 2 that she's ran, have been first or second finishes.
Yeah, and she's a consistent sword, as you see on her card. She's a 4-time winner out of 15 starts, 8 seconds. She shows up and tries every time. She's riding a 2-race win streak, and one that can win on the lead, or if the pace is too hot, she can sit off. She'll rate in hand, and when called on, she always kicks and she always shows up, and she's a must-use on every ticket.
Yeah, and I think the same kind of story for the 4, the Kid Pataki, right now the favorite actually at 5-2, and I definitely, with the wet dirt tries, I mean, even though a couple of these were good, not as sloppy as they are here.
Still not fast.
Yes, definitely, for sure. She's got the early speed, another Clopton, we've got a little bit of, everything. Yeah, sorry, I'm stealing that. I don't care if you trademark it. Sue me.
She's 3 for 3 on the wet going with a 436 Tomlinson.
Oh, yeah.
And, I don't know. I was all over the other day when Imagine the Moon beat her. But she looks good in the paddock. They saddled her on the walk as per normal. She didn't really get worked up or anything. She just walked around there. They kept her moving. Again, did saddle on the walk, but that's customary with this filly. She does it every time, and she hasn't turned a hair in the paddock yet. And she was a beaten favorite to last start. I wouldn't be surprised if she makes amends today and remains undefeated on the wet.
Yeah, I think we've talked about all the horses that are getting some action on the tote board. It could be set up for a long shot, though. You know, there's other horses in here that have some dirt experience, and speed's really holding up on the sprinting on the dirt. And do want to let you know, with the 3 being out, the inside horses and the 4 being a part of that definitely adds to it, because inside speed on the dirt has been holding for real. And got to say something about the 1 who's about to leg up. Sammy's entire family's here, so when all the kids show up, you got to count that as some good.
Use it. Well, 19-1 as he's getting last-minute instructions from John Langmeyer here, wearing those customary spooky hollow green and white silks, and they look to try to turn the tables here. Crosley, she is a stakes winner. In fact, she's a multiple stakes winner, really. She did get DQ'd in a controversial DQ here, but she came back and won the Itoba Stakes last year, and she looks good in the paddock.
She does. All right, 984 for me, 786 for Jimmy Mack, as the jockeys are about to get the leg up and horses are head to the track for the checkered flag here. 4 minutes to post. Good luck.
The Fillies mare stepping onto the sloppy track here for the first of our premier races. Race 7, the checkered flag. At 6 furlongs, a field of 10, scratch number 3, 3 coats. Number 3, 3 coats, withdrawn from the handicap. Here's the field on parade for the checkered flag. One is Crosley. Sammy Bermudez rides for John Langmeyer's Spooky Hollow Racing Incorporated. Number 2, Gio's Baby Girl with Andres Calleja. Postword for Ron Harrell and Keith Wexler. Scratch the 3 for the Kid Pataki, partnered again with Joe Ramos. Owned by Roger Spee's Speed Stable LLC, Charles Turner, Grant Turner, and Randy Klopp. Number 5, Best Cupcake with Jareth Ludbury. Mike Lauer trains for Bruce Lunsford and Penny Lauer. Number 6, Lil Gin and Class with Mitchell Morrill. Back on board for Tim Eggleston and Matt Kwiatkowski's 514 Racing LLC. Here's number 7, Imagine the Moon with Santos Anjor. Postword for Catherine and trainer Tony Duran's Rancho Monarca LLC. 8 is Akati Flatter with Luis Contreras for Speed Stable LLC and Randy Klopp. Number 9, Work It Wendy with Marcelino Pedroza Jr. Trained by Rob Dobbs Jr. for breeder owner Millar Selden Revocable Trust. Number 10 is Charged Legacy with Manny Esquivel. Postword for Gennaro Garcia's Southwest Racing Stables Incorporated. And number 11, Veri Amelia with Alex Achard. Bred by Rancho Monarca LLC of Catherine and trainer Tony Duran. The field for the checkered flag, sloppy track, exacta, trifecta, superfecta. 10-cent grand high 5, pentafecta wagering featured on the first of our handicaps. Double pick 3. Close to a start. The green flag, or the checkered flag. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time for the checkered flag. They're going in. Samuel Bermudez with Crosley. Santo Sanjor with Imagine the Moon has the purple cap. Luis Contreras with a Connie Flatter. Andres Calleja, Gio's Baby Girl to post 2. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with Work It Wendy. There's Joe Ramos, the Kid Pataki, blue with the white blocks. Charged Legacy, Manny Esquivel already with a hat trick of wins on the card. Now Jared Ludbury, Best Cupcake moving in. Charged Legacy. Mitchell Merle with Lil Gin in class. Now Charged Legacy. Sloppy Track. One more. Alex Achard with Very Amelia. The first of 2 sprint handicaps on the card here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. They're in the gate.
Hold on, Red. Sit down. All right, we're on.
They're off. Even start in the checkered flag. Work It Wendy broke sharp. Charged Legacy. There's Little Gin in class and the Kid Pataki also with an early bid. It's the Kid Pataki. For Joe Ramos, the Kid Pataki has taken the lead from Lil Gin in class, who pursues. Work It Wendy lies just off them. Charged Legacy, Crossley with a white cap. Best Cupcake is running in 5th. Imagine the Moon 6th, but in tight quarters. Charged Legacy racing wide past the half-mile pole. Akati Flatters next. Break of 5 more toward the inside. Gio's Baby Girl, who's running second to last, and Very Amelia trails. Sloppy Track, the quarter, whizzed past in 21.77. The Kid Pataki. The speed on display. The Kid Pataki coming toward the quarter pole from Lil Gin in class, Crossley. Work It Wendy, Akati Flatter in the Maroon Cap, a wide 5th. Then comes Imagine the Moon in 6th. Charged Legacy 7th on the far outside. Best Cupcake, Gio's Baby Girl, and finally Very Amelia. These fillies and mares splash for home into the stretch half mile. 44.76 seconds. Crossley looking to make a split. It's the Kid Pataki. Crossley now is nosed in front. Right there, Little Gin in class battles. Imagine the Moon dives toward the rail. Work It Wendy and then Gio's Baby Girl. They swarm at the finish. It's Crossley for Samuel Bermudez. Crossley comes to take the checkered flag. Seconds close to Kid Pataki with Lil Gin in class, then Imagine the Moon and Gio's Baby Girl. .110.01 after the checkered flag. Juan Crossley, 16 to 1 first. It's a photo for second after the handicap. Stewards inquiry. Your attention, please. The stewards have posted an inquiry. The inquiry will be into the stretch run of the checkered flag. Hold all tickets until official. Crossley, Samuel Bermudez on the 16 to 1 for Spooky Hollow Racing, John Langmeyer. Crossley at 110.01. Inquiry, stretch run. Once again, there is a stewards inquiry to the stretch run. We're still standing by for the judges from the second and third place horses after the checkered flag in the Murphy Trailer Sales Winter Circle 1. Crosley with Sammy Bermudez. Crosley is a 4-year-old chestnut filly by Pass Rush out of Amberley Village by Flatter. Bred here in the Hoosier State by owner-trainer John Langmire's Spooky Hollow Racing Incorporated. Unofficial, Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the connections of Crosley. 16-1, stretch run inquiry, and still that photo up for second and third. Stand by for the fourth and fifth for the Pentafecta. The judges have called for a place dead heat. Dead heat for second in the checkered flag between 4, the Kid Pataki, and 6, Lil Gin and Class. 4 and 6, dead heat for second. Again, there's still an ongoing inquiry into the stretch run. Unofficial with number 7, Imagine the Moon, 4th, and 2, Gio's Baby Girl, making her first run of 2025 5th for the Pentafecta. 1, 4, and 6, the Kid Pataki, Lil Gin and Class, dead heat for second. Imagine the Moon, the 7 was 4th, and 2, Gio's Baby Girl, 5th. Again, inquiry. Hold all bets until official. Once again, do retain all tickets. Stewards looking here at the stretch run. Inquiry for the checkered flag. Noting the 4, the Kid Pataki and the blue and white blocks, part of a place dead heat with 6, Lil Gin and Class in the green and gold. Crosley has the white cap. Again, there is a stewards inquiry into the stretch run. And the 4 and 6, part of a place dead heat. So do hold all bets. There was an inquiry into the stretch run. No changes made. The inquiry's been withdrawn. Winner's presentation after the checkered flag. Winning connections of Crosley. John Langmire's Spooky Hollow Racing. Brad owns and trains the daughter of Pass Rush with Sammy Bermudez. No change in the running order after a steward's stretch run inquiry. 4 and 6, dead heat for second. Stand by for the official after the checkered flag.
The checkered flag goes to Crosley. Sammy Bermudez aboard for John Langemeier. And Jimmy Mack and I were handicapping the race, and we had talked about all the horses that were getting bet. I thought, hey, we've got a minute. Let's talk about a long shot. And I look at the fence, and every kid Sammy has ever sired is standing there. And I thought, he's going to have a good trip today if everyone's watching him. So tell us how it's set up for you about the 4.
First of all, yes, my kids are my strength. They motivate me. And I just had a good trip. I mean, I was hoping I can get out of the rail, and it did happen. And got the job done.
You had to get a good trip. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, John. And then you said he had to have a good trip, and you are never yelling. And you came out of that room, and you were tickled to death. So tell us how you feel today.
Oh my God, not surprised, but very thankful.
You said that she needed a good trip, and I didn't think that somebody was going to be able to come from behind in this kind of slot, but Sammy was a little dirty.
Yeah, I think she's stopping bottom off track.
Yeah, okay. Well, congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
All right, you guys, Crosley with the upset. Very exciting. Let's see what happens here with the boys. Stick around.
Multiple payouts after the checkered flag. Again, noting a dead heat for second between 4, the Kid Pataki, and 6, Lil Jin in class, producing multiple payouts after the checkered flag. 110.01 for the disc staffers, sloppy track, just 18 minutes away from the Nobody Listens. In race 8, scratch 2, Metallic Man, and 7, Runaway Rojo. Scratch the 2 and 7. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, tensa, pentafecta, double pick 3. Post time for the Nobody Listens. 5:52. They're off. Even start in the checkered flag. Work it, Wendy broke sharp. Charge Legacy. There's Little Jin in class, and the Kid Pataki also with an early bid. It's the Kid Pataki. For Joe Ramos, the Kid Pataki has taken the lead from Little Jin in class, who pursues. Work it, Wendy lies just off them. Charge Legacy, Crossley with a white cap. Best Cupcake is running in 5th. Imagine the Moon 6th, but in tight quarters. Charge Legacy racing wide past the half-mile pole. Acati Flatters next. Break of 5 more toward the inside. Gio's Baby Girl, who's running second to last. Then Very Amelia trails. Sloppy track, the quarter whizzed past in 21.77. The Kid Pataki. The speed on display. The Kid Pataki coming toward the quarter pole from Little Jin in class. Crossley. Work it, Wendy Acati Flatter in the Maroon Cap, a wide 5th. Then comes Imagine the Moon in 6th. Charge Legacy 7th on the far outside. Best Cupcake, Gio's Baby Girl, and finally Very Amelia. These fillies and mares splash for home into the stretch half mile. 44.76 seconds. Crossley looking to make a split. It's the Kid Pataki. Crossley now is nosed in front. Right there, Little Jin in class battles. Imagine the Moon dives toward the rail. Work it, Wendy, and then Gio's Baby Girl. They swarm at the finish. It's Crossley for Sammy Bermudez. Crossley comes to take the checkered flag. Seconds close to Kid Pataki with Lil Jin in class, then Imagine the Moon and Gio's Baby Girl.
And Crosley takes the checkered flag here to take the first of our two handicaps. Congratulations to Spooky Hollow and Team Langmeyer as they take it with Crosley, now multiple stake winner officially. And we move on to the next version, the Colton Gellies division. Up next, the Nobody Listens, a wonderful sprinter with a stake named after him, came from the barn of Tim Eggleston. And race number 8, the $100,000 Nobody Listens, is up next, a 6-furlong stake event. We do have a scratch in here of the 2 Metallic Man and also number 7, Runaway Rojo. What a well-matched race to end out the thoroughbred portion of our program. This does start the final pick 3 of the afternoon. Again, a couple of scratches in here, but right now, even money on the board. Latigo, certainly the horse that looks the best in the paddock and the most recency of the form, just dominated an open allowance event here back on May 19th, where he just ran off and won by 10 3/4 lengths. And Latigo is a 10-time winner from 22 starts, 17 for 22 in the money. The chestnut gelded son of Jimmy Creed certainly looks the part in the paddock, walking around and hasn't turned a hair. The ears are up, just taking things in, really relaxed. And I'd like to see a horse like that. This horse is nothing but a professional. Again, lightly raced for a 6-year-old, but all he does is win and just missed in the stake event here, opening weekend to Win Me Over, who's in this race. The horse does have an affinity for an off surface where the horse did win back on November 13th in the slop to close out the season last year. I expect him to be part of the early go, but he doesn't have to be on the lead. If he has company, the horse does show that he will rate and certainly looks the part in the paddock here. Now breaking right to the inside of him, currently right now on the board, number 8, Good Looking Justice, 5-1. This one just romped as well in an open race. However, he had to ship down to Belterra Park along the banks of the Ohio in Cincinnati, and it's another one that's really turned out in the paddock. A 6-time winner, 50% lifetime starts, has resulted in victories, 10 for 12 in the money. And this horse appears to need the lead. The only knock I have is that Latigo's drawn to the outside of him and can cover him up in pressure. But Good Looking Justice, I think it's just as fast and as far as he can go. I think he's just one-paced and just hope he can kick on for the money. Sammy Bermudez just took the checkered flag for Langmeyer, and Good Looking Justice looking for that 7th lifetime victory, currently right now 4.5-1. Breaking down the inside, a gentleman that's having quite a day himself. Rob Dobbs will give Marcelino Pedroza a leg up on Scotty's on Edge. This is another one that is a very practical sort. 10 for 20 in the money, 6 lifetime wins. As you see, Scotty's on Edge there with those purple blinkers and shadow roll. This is also a 6-year-old, lightly raced for a 6-year-old, but like I said, does show up every time. The horse does appear to like the off-surface. Last start in an open race, the same race back on June 3rd we talked about earlier in the program, Bushido won Mischievous Rogue. It was a really good field that day, but prior to that, ran open and week on the handicap. Robert Dobbs' horses seem to be peaking, and wouldn't it be great for him to peak at the right time and bag a triple and take out the Nobody Listens. This one's making the 3rd start of the season, but he's beat several horses, several of these Indiana breds. In fact, he's racing against Mollystown, Latigo, several horses in here, but this is one I think if Latigo and Good Looking Justice should get out there and run into a speed duel, Scotty's on Edge is going to sit the trip. Marcelino Pedroza sat a trip earlier today, snuck up the fence. Scotty on Edge will be rolling late here. And if the pace does melt down, I think he could pick up the pieces. Several other horses in the paddock appearing to make good impressions. Number 5, if we can take a look at number 5, Win Me Over. This is one that won a stake event on the first local start this year. Win Me Over from the Bob Gorham barn gets Fernando de la Cruz. And this one won on April 15th and sat off the pace. In fact, beat my top pick Latigo in that effort, right on the square, beat Mr. Chaos, came back and ran an open race, was 3rd, beating the link. The horse can win. The horse can win in the slop. You've seen that on his record. He's 4 starts, 2 wins on the offgoing, made just over $91,000. And this is another one that if he allows the pace to go and they get into a hot speed duel, Win Me Over could run on to get the pieces. CJ Storm also in here, number 3. CJ Storm currently 5-1. John Heron giving Randy Klopp a run for his money in the trainer standings. CJ Storm was standing just in the stall when I walked in and had his ears up, taking everything in. As you see him still there, he's just standing like a statue as Sakura, the assistant trainer for John Heron, giving those last-minute instructions to Burgos, who's having quite a meet himself as he's getting riders up orders here from paddock judge Brandy Bell. She's giving riders up orders. Here they come for the Nobody Listens handicap. Good luck.
horses called posted now for the 8th race, the second of our premier races here today. Sloppy track, here they come for the Nobody Listens. A field of 10. Scratch 2 Metallic Man and the 7 Runaway Rojo. Scratch the 2 and the 7. 1 Scotty's on edge. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. riding for Rob Dobbs Jr. Trains the Millador Selden Revocable Trust Homebred. Scratch 2, 3 is CJ Storm. Alberto Burgos back on board for John Harron. Postword for the trainers. Harron Thoroughbreds LLC. Janet Watt and Charles Watt, the ownership of the 6-time winner. Number 4, Neutron. Luis Contreras up for Bob Gorham. Trains for Frolian Flores. Number 5, Win Me Over with Fernando de la Cruz. Trained by Bob Gorham. Marion F. Gorham owns. Number 6, he's Mr. Chaos. Partnered again with Orlando Mejica. 9-time winner here in the handicap for Bob Dobbs Jr., owned by Judy Doris and Ken Sentel. Scratch the 7-8 is Good Looking Justice. Samir Bermudez riding for a handicap double. Up here on the 6-time winner for Aaron M. West, trains the Justice Farm Greg Justice Homebred. Here's the 9 Latigo. There's 110 of 22. Joe Ramos back on board for Spiece Stable LLC, Roger Spiece and Brandy Club. Number 10, Malvistown, has the services of Santo Sanjor. Postword for Gennaro Garcia's Southwest Racing Stables Incorporated. He's a 6-time winner. 11, Take It and Run. Rodney Prescott has a win on the card. Riding here for Shannon McGovern and Russell McGovern. And number 12 is Commander Storm with Evan Roman. Postword for Michael J. Ryan's Clabbermore Stable, LLC, and Harron Thoroughbreds, John Harron. Sloppy track, exacta trifecta superfecta. The Nobody Listens with the 10-cent Grand High 5 pentafecta wagering here. Double pick 3 and getting closer to a start for the Nobody Listens. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Going to the gate for the Nobody Listens. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time for the Nobody Listens. At 6 furlongs, they're going in. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with Scotty's on edge. Good Looking Justice, Samuel Bermudez riding for a handicap double. Alberto Burgos with CJ Storm. Went it well. Let it go. Even money favorite here in the handicap. Joe Ramos for Randy Klopp. Let it go loading. Luis Contreras with Neutron. Fernando de la Cruz, here's Win Me Over. Sando Sanjor with Molly's Town coming up. We've had a sloppy track here today. Just a couple in back. Rodney Prescott with Taking a Run. Latigo holding Even Money favorite. Orlando Mexico, Mr. Chaos, and one more. Evan Roman with Commander Storm. Commander Storm, like CJ Storm, both here. John Harron in the handicap. They're in the gate.
No.
And they're off. And the Nobody Listens, Mr. Chaos out to a lightning quick start. Good Looking Justice showing that speed. Win Me Over has early interest. Neutron toward the inside. Molly's Town out running in 5th. On the far outside, Taking a Run is 6th as they make this dash on a sloppy track toward the half-mile pole. Latigo is just past midfield, some 7 from the leader. Good Looking Justice, who takes the top as they enter the far turn. Commander Storm racing wide, then Scotty's on edge, and CJ Storm trails. They rocket to a quarter in 21.91 seconds around the far turn that way. It's Good Looking Justice and Latigo trying to rope in Good Looking Justice as they come toward the quarter pole. Latigo running second by 2.5 with Molly's Town to clear third. Commander Storm, Mr. Chaos. Far outside is Scotty's on edge with that bid. Neutron between horses, Taking a Run. Win Me Over is next as they straighten away into the stretch half mile. 44.07 seconds. CJ Storm trails. It's Latigo with Joe Ramos. Latigo leads deep in the final furlong from Good Looking Justice with Molly's Town, Neutron, Commander Storm, and then Scotty's on edge. They're close to home. It's Latigo. Latigo and the Nobody Listens. Latigo well on top. Molly's Town was second, Neutron third, then Commander Storm and Good Looking Justice in 108.95 on this sloppy track today. .95 seconds. The second fastest running of the Nobody Listens in back of only Reverend One in 108.46. 108.95, Latigo first. 9, 10, 4, 12, 8, 9. Latigo at 4 to 5 gets the result. 10, Molly's Town. 11 to 1 second. It was a good effort for Molly's Town today. 4, Neutron at 39 to 1/3. 12, Commander Storm. 56 to 1 odds fourth, and 8, Good Looking Justice at 8 to 5 was fifth. Latigo. Joe Ramos for Speed Stable, Randy Klopp. Latigo's now an 11-time winner and just clocked the second fastest Nobody Listens time. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winners Circle, it's official. Winner of the 2025 Nobody Listens in 108.95, number 9, Latigo, with Joe Ramos. Latigo is a 6-year-old chestnut gelding by Jimmy Creed. Steel Courage by El Corredor. The now 11-time winner, racing for Roger Speece's Speece Stable LLC and Brandy Klopp. The winner was bred here in Indiana by Deanne and Greg Bear. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections. It was a fast Nobody Listens clocking for Latigo. $9.10 exacta after the handicap. $25.40, 50-cent trifecta, $79.60. 1-9 handicap double, $96.60, combining Crosley to Latigo. Commander Storm, 4th, 10-cent superfecta, $160.11. 50-cent pick 3, $77.15. Pentafecta, $517.57 on the Pentafecta. The $1 late pick 4, presented by iToba Daily, $328.20. 50-cent late pick 5 after the low 11.99% takeout. 50-cent late pick 5 paid $666.15. Winner's presentation coming up. Big effort from Latigo, 108.95. Second fastest clocking ever in the Nobody Listens handicap. This was the 29th running. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Latigo for Roger Speece's Speece Stable and Randy Klopp with Joe Ramos. Latigo, the Nobody Listens champion of 2025. A couple of nice quarter horse allowance dashes to close us out. Over the 350, race 9, scratch the 1, Namor. Scratch the 1. Take out the 12, Cowboy on the Fly, and 13, All That Yard. Number 11, a Polis Secret draws in. Breaks from post position number 1. 11, a Polis Secret runs from post 1. 2, a Prolific Jess, the jockey Edgar Diaz. On 2, a Prolific Jess. 3, Chillin' 4 over. Exacta trifecta superfecta, 10-cent quarter horse pentafecta starts in the late double. 6:21 post time. Up next from the Murphy Trailer Sales Winners Circle, our own Racing Rachel with the connections of Latigo.
Latigo. And what did Jimmy Mack call you? Clopton, like you're a town, an institution. I love that. I'll talk to you in a second. Ramos, you first. I was just saying, what a pretty move on the backside. I was like, where is the 9? Where is he? And, you know, the 12 and the 9, the chiclets were kind of hiding him because it's the same color. And then out of nowhere, I go, who is flying through horses with this beautiful move? And, of course, it was you.
Of course, it was Latigo, not me. He's the one making the move. And I mean, I'm just feel blessed again one more time. I want to thank Randy and the owners for the opportunity with this nice horse. I remember last year when I was out with the accident, Randy used to text me every other Saturday, hey, your horse working next Saturday when you're coming. And I just feel blessed that he kept me on the horse, and on all the other horses I ride for him, and you know, he deserves the credit. He have the horse on the Class A, and he do everything I need, so it make it easier for me.
I know he was texting you because he was the only one that I could get any information from. We were on the phone quite a few times trying to figure out if you were okay. So we're glad you got through that. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right. That was not worse than 3rd and 7. And a couple of those were a different jockey. But Ramos and him, that's like 5 in a row that they've gotten together and been in the top 3. I mean, it seems like they get along. So his horse for sure, huh?
Absolutely. They get along really well.
Well, congratulations on the win. I'm going to call you and Roger. I was going to ask Roger a question, but he ran away. You and Roger, the dream team over here. You guys have got some really nice horses together. Are there any coming up on the big day that you're looking forward to seeing run? I'm putting him on the spot. He hates it when I do that.
Nothing I can think of right offhand.
All right, everybody. Latigo wins. Congratulations to the leading trainer right now in the meet, Randy Klopp and Joe Ramos. Good luck.
And they're off. And the Nobody Listens, Mr. Chaos, to a lightning quick start. Good-looking Justice showing that speed. Win Me Over has early interest. Neutron toward the inside. Mollystown out running in 5th. On the far outside, taking a run is 6th as they make this dash on a sloppy track toward the half-mile pole. Latigo is just past midfield, some 7 from the leader. Good looking Justice, who takes the top as they enter the far turn. Commander Storm racing wide, then Scotty's on edge, and CJ Storm trails. They rocket through a quarter in 21.91 seconds. Around the far turn that way, it's Good looking Justice and Latigo trying to rope in Good looking Justice as they come toward the quarter pole. Latigo running second by 2.5 with Mollystown to clear third. Commander Storm, Mr. Chaos. Far outside is Scotty's on edge with that bid. Neutron between horses, taking a run. Win Me Over is next as they straighten away into the stretch half mile. 44.07 seconds. CJ Storm trails. It's Latigo with Joe Ramos. Latigo leads deep in the final furlong from Good Looking Justice with Mollystown, Neutron, Commander Storm, and then Scotty's on edge. They're close to home. It's Latigo. Latigo and the Nobody Listens. Latigo well on top. Mollystown was second, Neutron third, then Commander Storm and Good Looking Justice in 108.95 on this sloppy track.
Well, our very busy week at Horseshoe Indianapolis continues on this card, and we've got 2 quarter horse races coming up. Both of them are allowance. It's going to be really interesting because we've got these full fields, and you know the payouts can be huge. when we throw in a long shot or two. All right, well, let's go to the paddock and take a look. This particular race, 350 yards. We do have some changes. We had a scratch of the 1, the 12, and the 13. That's 3. However, we have one that draws in. I'll be talking about him in a minute. He's one of my selections. But this is a $19,500 allowance for non-winners of 3 races. So what's kind of cool is we see some horses with some really deep experience. Most of them are a little bit younger, so you can see their futurity experience last year and how they're progressing this year in their 3 or 4 year old campaigns. Every horse is different. The learning curve is different. The experience level is different either. This ought to be a nice field. All right, well, let's take a look at some of the contenders, and I'm going to begin with number 3, and that's Chillin, who returns for leading quarter horse conditioner Tim Eggleston and his rider Rolando Pena. Now, let me tell you something about the pedigree. Chillin is by Chilitos. Chilitos is more of a Texas type horse. Won, I believe, the Dash for Cash, a couple graded stakes in Texas, Lone Star Park, but boy, he's really progressing as a stallion. I saw one of his babies win the Sam Houston Derby a couple weeks ago. Big, thriving, absolutely gorgeous, gorgeous specimen of a horse. So I like the Chilitos progeny, and I think you're going to like this horse, Chillin. Run pretty well, 2 wins in the last 4 starts for Tim Eggleston, who, as I mentioned, is on top of the standings. Rolando Pena has been his regular rider for pretty much 4 of the last times. And May 3rd is when he really exploded, probably his top speed index that he showed, but he's been pretty speedy every time. So Chillin is my top choice. All right, let's move on and talk about number 5, Cigar on the Beach, who exits a 350-yard allowance victory on May 31st. That was our first all-quarter horse day. Ooh, a lot of good horses that day. And this horse runs for trainer Ron Raper, filly by Escondido Beach. When we talk about the progeny of Indiana, registered Indiana horses, you can't find a better stallion than Escondido Beach, true legend in the Hoosier Stakes. So be no surprise to see this filly wheeling back this afternoon. And really good record overall. 5 in the money placings at Horseshoe Indy. She's bred by Peggy Ann Kent. So we always have to send out a shout out to our breeders. You know, if you don't have your breeders and really good owners, then our trainers and jockeys that we talk about quite a bit don't have a paycheck. All right, now, as I mentioned, Namor, who was in originally in the 1 hole, is out. He was not going to run today, but Ricardo Martinez was fortunate in being able to ship to get in number 11, Apolitical Secret, who drew in off the also eligible list. The way it works, if you've got 11, 12, 13, the very first one on the list draws in first and takes the post position of the horse that did not run. So Apolitical Secret is going to depart the gates from the 1 hole that was supposed to be Namor's. Sorry, I explained this so haphazardly. Give me a break here, but anyway. All right, so the nice thing about Apolitical Secret, sometimes in quarter horse racing, it's not if you win, but who you beat. And this horse, unfortunately, was defeated by Jolie Lady, who was a really, really good horse out of the Eggleston barn, who's already had 2 wins this meet. So when you see a multiple winner and you see this horse be defeated by that, that shouldn't really, bother you too much, because obviously you run against good company, you're not going to win all the time. But anyway, Ricardo is amazing. Got this horse from some people in Louisiana. The horse had actually started his career at Lone Star Park and then Evangeline down in Louisiana. So now you're going to see him run up here. But Ricardo's really good with his Habits Secret. So just give the 11 drawing in from the rail a chance today. And then we've got one more horse that I wanted to mention, my top 4, and that would be number 6, Freckles Brown. Yesterday, German Rodriguez had a really nice score, very, very pretty win from the far outside post. He's a former full-time rider. Now he's training and riding, and he's doing hands-on horseman. He's doing really well. So I kind of like the chances of Freckles Brown. This is a son of Corona's, leaving you, going to make his 3rd start here after competing in the allowance ranks in Louisiana. And I do know a thing about his trainer and breeder. That's Jose Espinosa. Oh, one of the nicest guys Texas breeder and trainer, and always has a smile on his face. His nickname is Pepe, and he's a lot of fun. He's a good hugger too. So anyway, Freckles Brown probably not out of it in this, our 9th race, the first of 2 quarter horses. So 3, 5, 11, 6 for me in the 9th. But if you want to play the Pentafecta and the payouts have been huge, then I would consider number 8, Boo Ray. He's 20 to 1. On the morning line, he is a solid allowance competitor and could put a dent into the top 5 and hopefully perk up that quarter horse Pentafecta payout. All right, that's it for me for this race. We'll be back with our final race. It's a 440. That's the classic distance in quarter horse racing. Good luck to everybody in the 9th.
The horses coming onto the track now for the 9th race at 350 yards. Sloppy track. Scratch the 1, Namor. Number 11, A Polish Secret draws in, breaks from post position number 1. That's number 11, A Polish Secret breaks from the rail draw. Scratch 1, 12, and the 13. Also take out Cowboy on the Fly and All That Yard. 1, 12, and the 13 scratched. 2, A Prolific Jess, a jockey change to Edgar Diaz. On 2, A Prolific Jess, Edgar Diaz. The 3, Chillin' is 4 over. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, 10-cent. Quarter horse Pentafecta starts at a late double. Round about a minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Arriving. At the gate, it is now post time. A Prolific Jess uses the flipping halter. A Holy Secret drew in. Number 11, A Holy Secret breaks from post position number 1 next to A Prolific Jess. Where's Wilson? Chillin'. Freckles Brown coming up. JD Bad Habits. Chillin' 6-5 favorite. Rolanda Pena for Tim Eggleston. Chillin'. Boo-Ray's in. Fancy Politics coming up. Cigar on the Beach. A hot pink. Now Fancy Politics. Sloppy track over the 350 yards. There's Fancy Politics. Chillin' 6-5 favorite. One more. It's My Favorite. Sloppy track, no wind. All in. And the Roth, Cigar on the Beach sharply away. Where's Wilson? Here's A Holy Secret who tears away past the 220. It's A Holy Secret with A Prolific Jess. Cigar on the Beach. Nearest the inside, Chillin' has a white cap. Freckles Brown mounting a late charge. Here comes A Prolific Jess with Freckles Brown. A Prolific Jess on the wire with Freckles Brown Chillin', and It's My Favorite. Photo finish. Photo hold-all tickets. Here's the verdict. Oh, there's an objection. 2, 6, 3, 10, 7, unofficial. 2, A Prolific Jess first. 6, Freckles Brown second. 3, Chillin' third. The 10, It's My Favorite fourth. And 7, Where's Wilson fifth. Here comes a call from the Horseshoe Indianapolis stewards. They're ringing me up. Now, the confirmation from the stewards about the jockey's objection. Jose Ruiz on 4, JD Bad Habits is claiming foul against Francisco Quintero on 5, Cigar on the Beach in the running of race 9. These are 2 unplaced horses. It's come 2, 6, 3, 10, 7. The objection involves the rider of the 4 against the rider of the 5, both unplaced. 17.385, sloppy track, no wind. It's gone to the 2, a prolific Jess, Edgar Diaz for Felix Barraza. The 2 gets the result unofficial at 27 to 1, 17.385. Again, the stewards are looking at this jockey's objection involving 2 unplaced horses, but do stand by for the official after race 9. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales winner circle, the 2, a prolific Jess with Edgar Diaz. A prolific Jess is a 5-year-old bay gelding by a political Jess. The Jet Cartel mare Sarah Must, bred in Texas by 3 Bar T quarter horses. His Texas breeder Felix Barraza trains for Lori Jane Barraza. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of a prolific Jess. A nose win at 27 to 1, clock 17.385. The jockey's objection has been disallowed by the Horseshoe Indianapolis stewards after the review of that 350-yard dash. The jockey's claim of foul has been disallowed. Race 9 result official. $56.80 to win on a prolific Jess with Edgar Diaz. Was the winning jockey for Felix Barraza. There was a change of rider. 2-6 exacta, $338.80, 50-cent trifecta, $263.75, 9-2 double, $65.60, 10-cent superfecta, $340 and change, 50-cent pick 3, $562.70, 10-cent quarter horse pentafecta capped off by Where's Wilson 5th. Returned $657.09, 17.385, sloppy, no wind. We turn the page. 16 minutes away. Race 10 is the final one on the docket. Over the 400 yards, 440. Classic distance for the next. There are no scratches. 1 Thor Zenmi. Fernando Morin. That change of jockey for 1 Thor Zenmi. Fernando Morin rides all 9 start. 8 Merciheim Hot is 4 over. Exacta trifecta, superfecta, 10-cent quarter horse pentafecta due at the 440-yard start at 6:48.
Hey Horseshoe Indy, it's time for Racing Rachel's Warriors results. Congrats to Mary Miller, who will be advancing to the final, Jennifer Hudspeth in second place, Jim Morrison in third place. Congratulations to all who played, and thank you for coming out here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Have a great night.
And the Roth, Cigar on the Beach sharply away. Where's Wilson? Here's a Police Secret who tears away past the 220. It's a Police Secret with a prolific Jess. Cigar on the Beach. Nearest the inside, Chillin has a white cap. Freckles Brown mounting a late charge. Here comes a prolific Jess with Freckles Brown. A prolific Jess on the wire with Freckles Brown Chillin, and it's my favorite.
All right, well, we have reached the finale of the Wednesday card at Horseshoe Indianapolis. You saw a quarter horse race just now, and now you're getting ready to see another one. This one's kind of special. It's non-winners, allowance non-winners of 2 races, and it's going to be run at what we call the classic quarter horse race of 440 yards, because 440 yards measures a quarter of a mile. And believe it or not, even though you think it's just seconds that separate the 300 and the 350 and the 400 and the 440, it takes a pretty special horse, pedigree-wise, to win the 440 race. So let's see what we got. I think we got some good ones. Some of these names might sound familiar because 1 week ago I wrote about these horses, and then another, surprising, another torrential rainstorm came in to Indiana late afternoon. They had to scratch the final races of this card. These horses had another week to rest up, maybe gate school, and get ready for action. So that's what you're going to see. All right, well, let's go to the paddock. I'm going to kind of begin with a horse that had drawn outside last time, now draws the rail today, and that's number 1, Thor's NME, going to make a second start of the season for trainer Claudio Barazza, who's been pretty darn good this year and will continue to get better if past experience serves him right. This is a son of One Fabulous Eagle, purchased for $92,000 at the Ruidoso Select Sale out there in New Mexico. Faced tough woes when he was facing in that region and also in California. And he's the only entrant in our field with a race and a win at 440 yards. So that's kind of why I put him on top. And we'll see. A nice gelding. Let's see how he does when he's in Indiana going out of the rail for that classic distance. Let's go next to a filly by the name of Authenticity. That's the number 4 horse. Showed a big improvement when she broke her maiden. That was on May 22nd here. She's sired by a classy thoroughbred, and I know you players know the name Into Mischief. Big, big, big selling thoroughbred out of a Jess Louisiana Blue quarter horse mare. So interesting, very interesting. Kind of looks live for trainer Tony Cunningham, who's won the title twice, moving up at the allowance ranks with just 1 start and 1 win at the maiden level. But I'll tell you what, you're looking at a very interesting pedigree and some very good connections. So give that filly a look. All right, how about number 8, Mercy I'm Hot? Tim Eggleston has 2 runners today, and of course he's our current leading quarter horse condition nerd. He's saddled a whole bunch of winners. This is a nice filly. She's sired by Chilitos. I just talked about that stallion in my last preview, a graded stakes champion in Texas that's now producing some horses, and we've seen quite a few of them here at Horseshoe Indy. She had an unfortunate situation in facing a monster by the name of Celtic Cartel in the final of the maiden stake. That was a 30,000 stake. And she ran 3rd because the 2nd place horse, Jazzy's Encore, was our winner yesterday. That winner for German Rodriguez that just came from the clouds and had a beautiful closing kick. So when you get beat by 2 quality horses, you just can't, you can keep moving on, but I'll tell you what, don't take anything away from Mercy I'm Hot, because that was impressive even making that final. All right, and then finally, we'll go number 5, Racin' Dirty Secrets. Only made 2 starts for Tim Eggleston, but boy, both of them were really, really neat. I think it was on April 30th, she closed to break her maiden, and then she came back on June 7th and had an even more impressive result, because she broke very poorly and had to really gear in to go ahead and save the runner-up spot. So I always like a little gumption from these horses. Obviously going the extra distance. If she wants to keep going no matter what happens, don't leave her out of your selections. So 1, 4, 8, 5 for me. If you want one more horse to throw into your pentafecta, 10-cent pentafecta play, might want to consider John Wayne B. Jesse Vasquez trains this horse 20-1. Couple starts back, closed beautifully, and I remember saying, wow, this horse is pretty good, and then had a kind of troubled trip last time out. But if that odds, maybe think about concluding. All right, that's it for today. Good luck to all. We'll see you back here tomorrow. We have 4 trials for the Jaguar Rocket Futurity. Oh, we're going to talk more about all our futurities in tomorrow's show.
The horses coming onto the track now for the 10th race to close out the card. Here, no scratches. One Thorzemi, Fernando Morin. There's that jockey change for the one Thorzemi to Fernando Morin. Number 8, Mercy I'm Hot, to add 4 pounds to the program weight. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, 10-cent quarter horse Pentafecta to close out the card. Sloppy track. There's no wind. The horses are approaching the starting gate, going up to the 440 yards classic start. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Fernando Morin with Thorzemi uses a flipping halter. Sweet Vengeance going in. RR crown this, Jess. Would be a double for Edgar Diaz. Corona coming through, drew 2. Corona coming through, went in okay. Authenticity. Now the final four. Racing Dirty Secrets. John Wayne B. 440 yards. We've had a sloppy track today. There's no wind. This is the last of the day. John Wayne B is in. Mercy. I'm hot. One more. Martin Munoz with Gringo. Sloppy, no wind. Thursday post time, 2:10 p.m. Eastern. Old quarter horse card here on Saturday morning. Last of the day, all in. Off of the Wednesday finale. Sharp start for Thor's Enemy with right there Corona coming through as they splash past the 3:30. Authenticity coming with a run now in company with Sweet Vengeance. On the far outside, here comes Mercy, I'm Hot, along with John Wayne B. and Gringo over here on the stand side rail. It's Authenticity, with just yards to go. Authenticity leading them home. Authenticity has won it, then a wave. Right there on the wire was RR Crown This Jess, along with Sweet Vengeance, along with John Wayne B. Mercy, I'm Hot, Gringo in the finale. Number 4, Authenticity. 4-1 first. It's unofficial. Photos for second, third, fourth, fifth. Inquiry. Hold all tickets. Result of the place photo. Second went to the 6 RR Crown This Jess, who just edged into second at the finish. A nose over the 8 Mercy I'm Hot third. A nose to the 7 John Wayne B fourth, and 3 Sweet Vengeance winds up fifth. 21.133 seconds for the 440 sloppy track. There was no wind. 21.133, 46873 with an inquiry still ongoing. In the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, it's unofficial. Inquiry still pending for Authenticity with Danny Martinez. Authenticity, 3-year-old bay filly by Into Mischief. And a Louisiana Jules by Jess Louisiana Blue. Tony Cunningham trains her owner William F. Collins. The winner was bred in the Pelican State by Harlow Stables LLC. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Authenticity, 21.133. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? After the steward's inquiry, number 4, Authenticity has been disqualified from first and will be placed 8th for coming out soon after the start and causing interference with number 5, Racing Dirty Secrets. Again, after an inquiry, number 4. And there's that DQ. The first place horse, number 4, Authenticity, has been disqualified from Out to the Win and placed 8th for coming out soon after the 440-yard start and causing interference with number 5, Racing Dirty Secrets. Authenticity breaking from post 4. 5 Racing Dirty Secrets has a blue cap and blue blinkers entitled to that path. Authenticity there comes out, causing the rider of the 5 Racing Dirty Secrets to take back and lose position soon after the start. That was critical, and thus the cause for the disqualification. With that, number 6, RR Crown This Jess has been placed first. 8, Mercy I'm Hot has been placed second. 7, John Wayne B placed third. 3, Sweet Vengeance has been placed fourth. And 9, Gringo now gets into the quarter horse Pentafecta. The new order, 6-8, 7-3-9. It's gone to RR Crown This Jess. Edgar Diaz just getting a double. Well, back in the jockey's room. Race 10 official. Horseshoe Indianapolis now congratulates the winning connections of RR Crown This Jess. Edgar Diaz doubles. RR Crown This Jess 3-year-old big yelling by Coronado Cartel out of Apolitical Lady by Apolitical Jess. Claudia Barraza trains for Campos Family Ventures LLC. The adjudicated winner placed first. RR Crown This Jess was bred in Oklahoma by Reliance Ranches LLC. 6-8 exacta, $64, 50-cent trifecta, $179.40. 50-cent pick 3 on races 8, 9, and 10. Returned $173.75. There's that 10-cent pentafecta. $1,011.93. It became an Edgar Diaz double. 2-6, Aprilific Jess over to RR Crown This Jess. $215.60. The 10-cent superfecta paid $220.96. The superfecta, Sweet Vengeance placed fourth. Gringo placed fifth. 21.133. Sloppy no win. That concludes our live racing program for today. Thanks to all that joined us here at the races. Cheers to all who tuned in. Live racing resumes tomorrow. Thursday post time 2:10 p.m. Saturday's all quarter horse card. Saturday kicks off at 10:45 a.m. Until next time, for all of us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, it's been my pleasure today from the broadcast booth. Track announcer John G. Dooley saying good night. Off of the Wednesday finale. Sharp start for Thor's Enemy with right there Corona coming through as they splash past the 3:30. Authenticity coming with a run now in company with Sweet Vengeance. On the far outside, here comes Mercy I'm Hot along with John Wayne B and Gringo over here on the stand side rail. It's Authenticity with just yards to go. Authenticity leading them home. Authenticity has won it, then a wave. Right there on the wire was RR Crown This Jess.